Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our public forum. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that you may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or to silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 23rd of June 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before Council's meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I will remind you that you must always make your submissions once the exhibition is open. I will call each person to the lectern. I remind our community members registered to speak that your address to Council is being live streamed and recorded in each of 3 minutes. However, Council can grant 1 additional minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to Council has concluded, please remain at the podium as Council may wish to ask you questions. I will call each person to the lectern. I remind our community members registered to speak that your address to Council is being live streamed. That's a double up. First up to speak is Tom Wilson, speaking on 3.3, Infrastructure and Assets Committee Minutes and Recommendations, June 2025. And Tom is speaking against. Tom? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity of being able to speak to you tonight. My name's Tom. I live at Baddo Bay. I'm going to be speaking about the demolition of a toilet block on the Blue Lagoon Reserve, a reserve that I have visited numerous times over the past 30 years. What happened at the council meeting, I think it was the Asset and Infrastructure meeting, I think it was on the 10th of June when this was brought up. There seems to be the only reason why the toilet block was going to be demolished was because there was difficulties in cleaners getting access to that toilet block. The only way you really can get access to the toilet block is through the Blue Lagoon Resorts leasehold that adjoins it. And that seemed to be problematic for the council. And they did mention that the access, there might be physical and permission and a permission situation. I'd like to deal with both of those aspects. There is no problem whatsoever on the physical side of things. It's easy to get to reserve with a vehicle. There could be potentially at a certain time some problem to get to that, but that could be easily overcome. It seems to be that there was a bigger problem with the permission to use Blue Lagoon Resorts leasehold to get there. But Blue Lagoon has not been approached by the Central Coast Council to discuss the issue of cleaners accessing the toilet through their leasehold. I discussed this issue of access for Central Coast Council with Blue Lagoon Management about 10 days ago, and they had not heard or had any communication for council about being able to use that access. There's no physical barriers preventing drivers getting onto the reserve at Blue Lagoon, via Blue Lagoon, and the problem that could exist at certain times can be easily solved. The Blue Lagoon management has told me that they will consider a meaningful proposal for access from the Central Coast Council. I would also like to point out that there's a very varied use of that reserve, and it's very historic, perhaps it's intergenerational, and what the situation is there. A lot of the purposes for using that reserve, they would not be able to do it without the toilets being available. The closest toilet to the reserve is 730 metres away, where people would have to go back up the steps or go back along the beach to access the toilets at Shelley Beach Surf Club. So for the reserve to function, like it always has for a long time, the toilet blocks need to remain there.
We'll give another minute. You've got another minute.
I can't hear
We've
you.
extended another minute. I have extended you for another minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And it also seems that there is a history of being able to use the reserve by the council. When the steps were demolished, the access steps were demolished about 2 years ago, the council accessed the reserve through the resort, through the caravan park, to remove the debris and get the material in to demolish the stairs. When the access was no longer available to the public, council negotiated with Blue Lagoon management that the public could go through there and go through the double gates that provide access to the lagoon from to the reserve from Blue Lagoon Caravan Park. So what we really need to happen is for council to go and liaise with Blue Lagoon Resort to see if, in actual fact, the cleaners can access the reserve through their leasehold.
Tom, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Tom. Any questions for Tom from the councillors?
Yes, I have a question.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
Just a question for Tom regarding the toilets. I mean, I've seen pictures of people using the reserve when you could actually access the reserve. It's actually.
I didn't quite get the gist of it.
Mr. Wilson.
Councillor Lamont, can you repeat that? Tom couldn't pick it up.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, sorry, I'll try to speak louder. With the toilet block, how do you think removal of the toilet block would actually affect the community?
Oh, okay. We have a bit of a think. Look, the first thing I know, that the community will be very angry about it. There's a lot of community use of that reserve, and I know when the steps were demolished, that caused a lot of concern in the community, and the community took a lot of action, and there was even conflict with the council, but in the end it was resolved. So I think that's one issue. Look, there would be a lot of things that community that happened down in that reserve. Unless there's a toilet there, it wouldn't happen. For instance, there has been an informal mothers play group for toddlers that take their kids down there for to play, and they most certainly rely on the toilet. It's the place where there has been a lot of family reunions that have been quite lengthy events where they've needed a toilet to go down there. I believe there would be also people that would be excluded from the going down there because there's no toilet block. So I think that it would cause a lot of concern for the community.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Okay.
The next speaker up is Jenny McCullough, speaking about item 5.1, notice of motion mobilising Davistown Wetlands Fund, and Jenny will be speaking for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for the opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of the Wetlands Committee on the motion that's been put forward by Councillor Wright and seconded by Councillor Sharon Walsh. I'd like to thank, while I have the opportunity, the whole of councillors for their historic decision on the last occasion that we were here, where you actually voted to expend the total funds that are set aside for the Davistown Wetlands restoration, and I thank you all for that decision. It was a very far-sighted decision, a far-sighted decision like the one that had come previously by a council that decided to purchase all of the parcels that are in Davistown currently. I'd like to commend the council and the CEO and all of the officers that have worked in particular on the report that's come forward. It's a very comprehensive report and has answered a lot of questions, as does the motion, even though the recommendation is for a 10-year plan. That's the only difference. And I noticed that the CEO has also supported or said that the motion would be acceptable. So thank you all for, and I hope that you will support the motion this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Any questions for Jenny? No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. Next speaker is Gary Chestnut. Gary, would you step up? Gary's speaking about 5.3, notice of motion, coastal open space system, and he's speaking for the motion.
Mayor and councillors, I rise to express deep concern about the CEO's response to item 5.3. In my opinion, it is misleading by omission and deprives you, our elected representatives, of the historical and factual context needed to make an informed decision. First point, in respect to the motion, on the first point of the motion, the CEO refers to an updated goal EN 1.2, which mentions protection of COS, but deliberately omits the word expansion. This is not a minor oversight. The current Community Strategic Plan, and I emphasise the current Community Strategic Plan, Objective F2, explicitly commits to the expansion of the coastal open space system. This existing commitment is relevant, material, and should have been disclosed. Point 2. Next slide, please. The motion seeks action to express, in the notice of the motion there's a point 3, and the motion seeks to express action to expand COS across the local government area in line with Strategy 6.3 of the Central Coast Regional Environmental Plan 2041, which directs council to expand COS in the north of the region. Yet the CEO's response includes no background on how the coastal open space system was established or how expansion could be implemented today, particularly in the former Wyong Shire. This is a glaring omission. Both Council and Wyong had near identical planning provisions. Gosford IDO 122 and Wyong LEP 1991 enabled conservation land acquisition through subdivision. As a result, Council secured 2,596 hectares of COS land in Gosford, but it also has approximately 3,300 hectares of natural asset land in Wyong, already in public ownership, as illustrated in the presentation on the slide. In addition, it also created legacy funds of over $7 million held in a reserve account in the COS land in Gosford, and I understand another somewhere between 5 to 7 million available in land acquisition in Wyong. None of this, not the land, not the funds, not the enabling legislation, is mentioned in the CEO's response. Let us also remember, COS has always been and has been bipartisan support, was first introduced by Liberal Mayor Malcolm Brooks back in 1978. The concept of COS was developed by the Chief Town Planner Noel Hewitt. It was a professional, strategic planning initiative, not a political agenda. Slide 3, please. In closing, the CEO's response withholds key facts and undermines your decision-making. There is a clear statutory, financial and strategic framework already in place to expand COS. There is not a question of politics. It is about protecting the natural legacy of our region. Councillors, you now have a choice. I request you take a moment to reflect on the origins of COS, which was initiated 47 years ago. It was not born from environmental activism or driven by so-called tree huggers, but rather conceived by the Chief Town Planner of the day, directly supported by the Chief Engineer, grounded in sound planning principles, economic rationality, and deep respect for the region's natural landscape. please support the motion.
Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Any questions for Gary, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chestnut, one of the things in reading the response from staff through the CEO, I guess since being on council, it seems that staff think there's nothing special about COS, that the former Wyong had clause 14 and had environmental land. So they just see that COS is just a name that former Gosford Council gave to that land. Could you explain why, in maybe just one or two sentences, why COS is different to just clause 14 and buying environmental land? Why is it different?
The reason why it's different is because it actually took 6 years to get actually developed from initiation in 1978 until a formal plan was adopted in 1994, because it involved consultation with the community. Every landowner was contacted, council staff contacted, and they negotiated and understood that it was voluntary acquisition of land. Not only is it voluntary acquisition of land, they also invited landowners that had 7A conservation. You could dedicate part of your land to council and COS, and also available subdivision on the other part. So therefore, if there was a community response, that COS was unique in that it encouraged land to come in public ownership with no expenditure of funds.
Okay, so just clarifying, it's that fact that it was a long-term strategy and land voluntary acquisition and landholders were identified up front. Is that
Correct.
In essence? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, Councillor Lamont.
Okay, thank you, Gary. I was going to actually ask a question about the mechanism of. I think you mentioned 118.4b, but I think you covered that with Jane's question. But you pointed out that both the current CSB and the Central Coast Regional Plan 2041 already include commitments to expand COS. In your view, how could council immediately begin implementing these commitments, particularly in the northern parts of the LGA, where you've identified 3,300 hectares of existing natural assets, and I think you mentioned $5 to $7 million in trust?
To answer that question, is actually on the slide the last slide, which actually shows the natural areas or natural asset areas of council and also the coastal open space system. You'll see they're actually side by side. In fact, if you go along the ridgeway, on the southern side of the ridgeway, you've got COS land. On the northern side of the ridgeway, you've got natural asset land. They're actually side by side, and that land actually then extends across the Tumby area. The natural asset land is actually already owned by council. As I said, 3,300 hectares. There's more land in Wyong than in the coastal open space system. And that could actually be a resolution tonight to actually just, adopt the coastal open space system to all natural areas across the northern part of the local government area of the Central Coast.
So that would definitely be expansion, I'm guessing, massive.
That would be an expansion, and that would be in full accordance with Strategy 6.3 of the Central Coast Strategy of 2041.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Councillor Walsh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chestnut. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you about funding. So you mentioned funds that are currently sitting in various buckets that have been identified, though we're not sure about the money identified for the Wyong northern end. Is that accurate, or?
Yes. I should explain. I was actually a member of the COS Advisory Committee about 12 to 18 months ago. The COS community members were advised that council held in trust in the coastal open space system for Gosford around $5.5 million. At the same time, they stated that there was $5.5 million in the Gosford area. They also indicated there was an equivalent amount in the Wyong area obtained from their same line of bonus subdivisions. Now, in the report, that's actually the CEO, he talks about that fund has now increased to $7 million. I would assume the funds in the Wyong bucket have also increased somewhere between 5 and 7 million.
Thank you. So on that, it's been mentioned that there's not enough available funds to purchase as much as many of us might like to see purchased. Are you able to identify for us other areas of funding that would be sourceable?
In respect to other sources of funding, I should explain in the Coastal Open Space System for Gosford, they applied for a grant from the federal government and they secured from memory $1.5 million to purchase COS lands around Cochrane Lagoon. I've also spoken to the member for Robinson, Dr. Reid, who has also indicated there are funds available in the federal government that the council can apply for grants of that nature, and would encourage council to do so.
Thank you. And I'm advised that there are funds at the state level under, and I'm sorry I can't name the specific piece of legislation, but under biodiversity opportunities.
Under the Biodiversity Conservation Trust,
Yes.
Council can actually do what's called a Biodiversity Stewardship Agreement, and that Biodiversity Stewardship Agreement is actually to specific lands. The Central Coast Council has already entered into a number of biodiversity agreements, but they deal with the management of the land for perpetuity. So there's no ongoing cost to ratepayers to manage those lands.
That's my understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chesnut.
Thanks, Gary. Any more questions? No, thank you. Now I'd like to invite up Guy McCarry come up. Speaking on 5.4, notice of motion, Tuggerah Lake dredging under the Coastal Estuary and Floodplain Risk Management Subcommittee.
Mayor, councillors, CEO, fellow residents, Tuggerah Lake's Care, members up in the gallery. Tuggerah Lake's Care, which has thousands of followers, supports Councillor Stanton's motion and encourages all councillors to do the same. This is not just about a few hundred people. TLC has thousands of followers, as I said, and is keenly interested in caring for our three lakes. Imagine sitting here tonight with 6 inches of water over your feet. That's what regularly happens to us around the lake. It doesn't have to happen. Reinstate dredging, as this motion says, and we won't have that as often. We know it's still going to flood, but not as often. And yes, it goes up to your knees, so you too, Laurie, would have wet feet. Flooding regularly impacts thousands of our residents, visitors and businesses. It's not just about the housing that council has approved and has a responsibility to protect. It's also about damage to council infrastructure, such as sewage overflows with the potential public health risks, and council roads being damaged and closed for weeks. The impact on communities' health occurs with every flood, and the costs are in millions of dollars. And that's proven costings by yourselves. It's not just about those flooded. Insurance costs have doubled and even tripled for residents in the same postcode. It is now unaffordable for many. Maintenance, dredging and flood mitigation policies would help us push insurance costs to be revisited. Most of this can be mitigated if proactive maintenance dredging policies are reinstated. They used to be here, they disappeared under administration. We're calling for you to bring them back. When dredging was routinely undertaken, it was proving to reduce flooding and flood levels. Since regular dredging ceased, we've experienced more floods and higher water levels in the lake than ever before. No new reports need to be done. There are scores of them, all saying similar things. We note council response to the proposed motion has no recognition of the impact of flooding has on thousands of residents, businesses and visitors. We want to know why. You should at least acknowledge that, please. These residents elected Councillor Stanton and others in their roles in recognition that something would be done, and now is the time to support this motion. All we're seeking is a channel from west of the entrance bridge to the middle of the berm, just south of the Little Turns compound that is about 50 metres wide by 2 metres deep. It's not huge, it's easy to do. The existing contractor at Lake Macquarie or another could do this, as could a local contractor with a barge and excavator fitted on the top. It's time to act, and this motion paves the way forward.
Thanks, Guy. Any questions?
I have one.
Yeah, Councillor.
Mr. McKenna, just a question about dredging the entrance channel. How much of a difference do you think that would make to the entrance in the township? Like, I've often heard people say, healthy lake, healthy town, comments like that. Do you think it would make a significant difference to the entrance township? And do you know if that's ever actually been qualified in any way or quantified in any way?
It has been looked at in some reports in that some of the sand could be used from dredging to go up against the southern side, which allow visitors to access the lake better. make it more amenable for visitors. So yes, it would certainly help to a degree.
Okay.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McKenna, when you're talking about the dredging, are you talking about preparatory dredging when there's a likelihood of flooding? Is that what you mean?
No, we're looking at maintenance dredging. There's been many reports and international experts such as Angus Gordon suggesting a channel that flows from the western side of the bridge to the berm and then out a pilot channel through the berm would allow those floodwaters to exit. You can't dredge that channel when it's about to rain.
Okay, but you're talking about maintenance dredging to a certain level. You're not necessarily talking about a permanent channel there, are you? Okay, thank you. And just second question, you said that that council used to have a maintenance dredging policy that was removed by the administrator. Do you know why that was, or?
We don't know. We could find out and let you know afterwards.
Well, look, I'll just flag a question for staff when that item comes up, please. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you all.
No, thank you. Thanks, Guy. I now declare the public forum closed and you're invited to watch a webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you. Declare the public forum closed. Thanks. In the event of an emergency or fire, please remain calm and wait for instructions from the CEO, council officers or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. These are on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I would like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust and polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets out a mechanism to respond to any contraventions. I'd like to declare the meeting open at 6:32. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching from home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Adjournment country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they might have in items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Moreland.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McGregor.
No known conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict in relation to item 4.10, Community Support Grant Program. A member who is a member of the North Entrance Surf Club Committee is a personal acquaintance, a member of a local community organisation of which I am also a member. But I believe I'm able to participate in discussions of voting on this matter, and I will manage that, but not leave the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowley.
No conflict.
Councillor Walsh.
No conflict, thank you.
Councillor Neal. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
I don't have anything clear, but I would actually like to ask about 4.7, the council and fee increases. Do we need to declare a conflict of interest for that one in respect to us actually receiving the payments?
No, we don't. We don't need to declare that, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you.
Councillor Reaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll declare a significant conflict in item 3.3, Part 2A, IAC 925. As previously declared, there's a property I've declared in my interest return that is affected by this property, and I'll be leaving the chamber to deal with that matter.
Thanks, Councillor Reaton. Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to declare.
Councillor Wright.
I have nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McWade.
Nothing to declare.
Thank you. Procedural motion in attendance by councillors at a meeting by audio-visual link. A request was received from Councillor Moorland and Councillor Lamont to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Moorland and Councillor Lamont is entitled to vote on this item. That council approves the request by Councillor Moorland to attend the council meeting 23rd of June 2025 at 6:30 by audio-visual link, as he is unable to attend in person due to his current location. Number 2, approves the request by Councillor Lamont to attend the council meeting on the 23rd of June 2025 at 6:30 by audio-visual link for personal reasons. Can now have a mover, Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor Neal. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 1.2, confirmation of minutes. And now call from mover, Councillor Wright, second by Councillor McNamara. All those in favour?
Miss,
Councillor Lamont.
I did have a question regarding, before we actually confirm the minutes, an issue that came up in the last meeting on the 27th of May. Councillor Eaton asked me how many ARIC meetings I'd missed out on since we were elected, to which I had said that I'd actually missed out on 2 and provided reasons why to Councillor Eaton. And Councillor Eaton kept insisting that I'd missed 3 meetings. I therefore asked Ms. Rakamalera to confirm how many meetings I had missed, and she had said that there had been 3 meetings. After I insisted there had only been 2. Miss Rakamalera had confirmed with me on the 2nd of June that I had only been invited to 2 ARIC meetings and not 3. This detail probably could have been confirmed at the meeting, however it wasn't. But I'd like to ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, that Ms. Rakamalera can please confirm that I had only missed 2 meetings and not 3.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that there have been 3 ARIC meetings. However, one of those was for the independent members only, and therefore Councillor Lamont was invited to 2 of those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, mover and seconder was Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Items resolved by exception 1.3. Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of a single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters that councillors wish to speak on, and the minutes of standing committee meetings, which will be dealt with separately. I'll now call the number and title of each item that has not been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Councillor Castles, could you please?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to draw to your attention there are 2 matters starred in my name that should not be starred, and that is items 1.4 and 3.2 part 4B, and an item that should be starred, which is, did you get those 2? So you can remove my starring from item 1.4 and the last one on the first page, which is 3.2 part 4B.
Yep, thank you.
And also just to, what should be started is 3.2 part 2A, the local strategic planning statement, which is part of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So now that those changes. So item 3.2, part 2A has been starred. Item 4.3.
4.3, is that starred, the sludge?
Yes, that's sludge, yeah.
It is starred. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I think, did you mention 3.2 is being starred as well?
At 3.2, what part? 3.2.
It's actually the draft Open Coast.
Yeah, you've got, Councillor Lamont,
okay.
you've got 3.2 part B.
Sorry, I just can't see everything on
Yeah.
the screen. I apologise. Thank you.
That's been started. And the other, so 4.3, sludge cake transfer processing and mobile dewatering at council sewerage treatment plants, contract CPA 5809, tender acceptance. 4.4, Davistown wetlands management for information, and 4.10, community support for grant programme, April 2025 for determination. Councillors, please advise if these are still the only items that you do not wish to debate. Do I have a motion?
I got a question.
Yeah, Councillor McGregor.
I just noticed then with the FOGO one, it moved into the en masse. So with this, say 3.2, how there's all these different subsections, are they automatically all going to come up as 3.2, or do you need them individually starred?
Individually starred.
Okay. Well, then I want to star the asbestos policy, which
What one's
is
that,
3.2 Part 2E EPC 2225.
3.2. Could you say that again? Sorry.
Well, it's currently on the left-hand column anyway, which is the ones that have to come up to council, aren't they? So the only one that got moved across was EPC 2825, which was the FOGO.
Yep, got it. Staff, have you got that? 3.2 part 2A.
So basically, when it gets to item 3.2, any of these resolutions can be discussed then, yes or no?
No, the ones that were starred.
Okay.
So we went through this at the last meeting and we started. So it was actually individually picking the ones that we wanted to speak about on the floor.
Okay. So far, the only things going through exception is one of the 3.2s and then the plan of management. So how come all the other ones aren't over and they're going through exception then? Because then if we've got to star them all, they should all be in that column. Wouldn't it just make more sense that for the committee, you ask questions in the committee rather than having to star each thing individually? And in the original staff recommendation, like, they're not all itemised like they are on this run sheet we've got today. It's changed.
At this stage, all that's being moved is item 1.5, item 4.4, item 4.10, and I'll give you some special advice about the wording for 1.4 because it's a slightly different situation. Yeah, but there's a procedural process because it's not actually, you've got to take it off the table and...
This is kind of like the whole reason why I raised this.
Yeah.
That's where we're going with this anyway.
So you're only moving those three and then we'll work through them.
And 4.3.
Mr. Mayor, I also just had a question in regards to item 1.4. Now, I know that can be moved by a procedural motion to bring that matter up. As you know, I'm quite keen, councillors, to have that matter solved and finalised because of what it means for Copacabana. However, I know that Councillor McGregor and Councillor Crowley moved to lay it on the table to look at some further items. Before I pick it up from the table and have to put it back down, are the councillors satisfied that they have all the information they need for item 1.4?
Good question.
Councillor Wright, we shouldn't he? Or not?
1.4 can't be moved on block. Okay.
No, I understand that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to talk to the minute clerks. That should go. Okay. Sorry.
What I'm trying to say now, rather than having to have a messy motion later, if I'm signalling my intention that if the councillors are happy that they've done their background checks on item 1.4, I'd like to lift it from the table via a procedural motion and then have it solved for tonight. Does anyone still need further information on item 1.4?
Well, we haven't received any further information from you since it was laid on the table. If you have further information for us to consider, then you should provide.
Can we deal with this matter first? Sorry, Councillor Neil. We want to get this sorted out. Can we move her?
Yeah.
We're looking at these 4 items to put them through in block. Yes, en masse. Sorry, Councillor Ian, can you put your buzzer off for the moment?
I was just trying to...
Sorry, thanks. Yeah. Was Councillor McGregor?
I also noticed that item 1.5 has gone over. There's an additional item on the hub 6.1, which is a confidential item. So do we not have to what I'm asking is 6.1, does that need to be added to the list of things to debate, or is through 1.5 being in the en masse section that then the subsidiary, the 6.1 goes to en masse?
No.
So we can still bring 6.1 up?
6.1 is confidential at the end.
Sorry, can I be really clear? There's only 4 items that are being moved en masse, and we're taking as much time as it would take to deal with them individually at the moment.
Councillor Smith.
Look, I understand what the CEO is saying, but can I just clarify the things out of the standing committees that are not starred? Do we still have a resolution to accept all the other things en masse, or is all of that covered in this particular?
No, the standing committees are not covered in this. Where is the motion? Can I please have that motion up on the screen? The starred items. Or the unstarred items. You had those 4. Come on. Isn't there a 4.3 there? Won't you say 4.3? No, it's not. So it's just only 3 items. It's not 4.3, so just those 3 items. So if you move those 3 items, you're dealing with every other item on the agenda apart from those 3.
Councillor McGregor, thank you. Can I have a second? Councillor Wheaton. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. Councillor Wright, would you like to bring up about the item later on the table?
Yes, so obviously, as I indicated to the councillors earlier, very keen to have this matter resolved. I understand that a few councillors at the last meeting said they wanted to bring the matter away and have a few further conversations with the community. Perhaps rather than well, look, I'm happy to raise it. I just don't want to have to put it back down on the table. So I assume everyone's done their background work. With that in mind, I'll move a procedural motion, Mr. Mayor, to take 1.4 off the table. I personally don't have anything else to add to it. So I'm either happy to move the motion as is or allow others to speak on it.
Move it as a procedural motion, and then we don't need a seconder, so we can continue. So thank you. Yeah, just all those in favour? Yeah. Unanimous, thank you. All right, so any debate on item 1.4?
If there's no debate, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to put what's on the screen.
Just be clear, it's already been moved and seconded, so if there's no debate.
Yeah. All those in favour? Councillor Neil, are you in favour or are you reading? Yeah, thank you. Unanimous, thank you. Next item, agenda.
Mr Mayor, could I just move a procedural? It doesn't have to be right this minute, but could I request that we bring forward the NOM on coastal open space system, at least prior to the IPR, because the decision on that item will impact the IPR. And could I also, I don't know whether I can do two things in procedural or not, but could I request that item 4.1 on the IPR, that the different documents be considered in seriatim, if I've got the terminology correct? Thank you. So if I could move those two things, and sorry to the staff about the wording, but basically the procedural is to bring item 5.3 forward prior to be considered prior to item 4.1.
Could you do them individually, please?
Sorry, can I do them separately?
Do them separately.
Sure. Yep. So I've put that one. Do I need a seconder for a procedural? I think.
You can't amend the procedural. No, you can.
So,
I'll give notice of the alternative notice of motion. Procedural motion.
Hold on, Councillor Smith, could put your buzzer off.
Oh, sorry.
Please. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, if this procedural motion fails, I'll give notice that I'll intend to move that the notice of motion, so that's 5.1 through 5.4, be brought forward and be dealt with after item 4.1. Yeah, but I moved as an amendment.
He's
just to tell me, say vote for James or vote for Douglas.
Yeah, you can. He's not moving it as that an amendment. He's moving it as an alternative, if as a foreshadowed, if Councillor Smith fall down. Councillor. Yeah.
Just to bring all those norms forward, all the notices of motion.
Councillor Neil, can you?
Bring items 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4 forward to be dealt with after dealing with item 4.1, the integrated planning and responding. No, won't agree to that.
Okay, then back my initial procedural. That was a bizarre suggestion, Councillor Eaton. So my procedural is that item, goodness gracious, item 5.3 be brought forward to be considered before item 4.1, which is the IPR.
So all those in favour, Councillor Neil? Councillor Smith, sorry. He's there. Councillor Smith, all those in favour of Councillor Smith? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Mulland. So it's lost. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's? Councillor Mulland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Eaton's carried. So next item, 2.1. Sorry, Councillor.
That's all right. If we rewind 5 minutes, then we could have taken the point of order. When you have a procedural motion, you need to deal with the procedural motion first. You can't have debate on it and then keep having extra procedural motions under our code of meeting practice. I get there's some, strange procedures and behaviours in this place, but can we try and just follow the code of meeting practice that we've adopted?
Thanks, Councillor McGregor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I will move the second procedural, which was just to consider,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
to consider the IPR documents in seriatim so that we can vote on them separately in sequence. If I have a seconder for that.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamont second. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor Mooland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid is lost. So now back on to 2.1, monthly finance report, May 2025. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move, in the interest of time, given I'm the only person who started the item, to move items 2.1, and 2.2 together, those being the May finance report and the May investment report. Obviously, discussion on these items. Okay. In that case, I'm happy to move item 2.1, the May monthly finance report.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Could you, Councillor Neal, could you put off your buzzer?
Councillor Neal, did you want to ask about this one first? I'm happy to yield to you if you had a question, but I'll go ahead with that's not the case. Question about part 3 of the recommendation, which allocates $450,000 to the digital transformation project for collaborative meeting room panels in both publicly available staff and staff areas. So I guess my question through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor, is it is a lot of money, and I guess when we look at our budget, $450,000. Well, perhaps some clarification on what these meeting room panels are. To me, they sound like interactive whiteboards. Is that what they are?
Ms. Rakamara-Lara's on this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith, what they are panels similar to the function rooms. So it's an upgrade to our collaborative tools that enable us to stream meetings to the public, to upload them to YouTube, to have online audio-visual meetings with good sound system, and to be able to book those rooms for public and staff use in a more efficient fashion. We do have a large number of meeting rooms across the building, and as you would have seen that we've got 7 interview rooms and 3 function rooms that we use on a regular basis. There are also staff function meeting rooms that we would utilise those in. So the impact, it's about upgrading some of the existing technology that we have to ensure better sound, better connections, the ability to share screens and to annotate those screens to work more collaboratively. And there's a total of 60 panels across the organisation. So we're using some outdated technology in some of those areas. So some of them have been upgraded and some of them haven't. And we were looking to utilise funds that we have available at the end of the financial year to continue that upgrade process.
Councillor McGregor.
The question is around 2D, which has just been zoomed in on there. The Wyong River Aquatic Infrastructure Canoe Dinghy launch, $30,000. Now, if you could just roll up a little bit so I could just see the exact wording to get my question right. So there's $300,000 for the play space at the entrance with the funds being reallocated. So what A through D, with a particular interest in D, do these things just fall off the list entirely? Do they get put back? What's going to happen to them with a particular focus on item D?
So those funds that are being proposed to be reallocated to the softfall are being moved from 4 different projects. I may need some of the other directors to respond to some of the details of those projects, but they are a mixture of savings across projects. So projects that have come in lower than budgeted, and some projects that may have been delayed into next financial year. But I will need to ask my colleagues to answer those in more detail.
I would like a specific answer to D, because if I can recall, it's the 18-19 operational plan, then the 19-20 operational plan it's been in and out of, getting that canoe or dinghy launch on the Wyong River just near the toilet seat, just around from where the bridge is. So I'm curious to see if that's the same spot or if it's another area, and then what the status is. Does it fall off the list or does it come back? So if you can contact one of your staff and get an answer to that before we vote on this, that would be greatly appreciated.
Happy to do that.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, I would like to move recommendations 1 and 2 in relation to this item. And I do so on the basis that I do not believe that item 3 is justified at this time. There is 3 items that are being utilised, sacrificed, if you might put it that way, in order to allocate money to the digital transformation project. And I don't think that is appropriate this time, particularly when we are commencing potentially tonight a completely new IT system, which may mean that what we do in the future is altered. I'm also particularly concerned about the removal of funds from the Regional Animal Care Facility. As we know, this has had a very long history, and frankly a not terribly satisfactory history. And I believe that we should be allocating more funds to this project, not removing them. If the situation is that either the money has not been expended for this particular part of the regional care facility, or has been delayed, it is my view that those funds should come back and be generally allocated when we have our session after the end of the financial year, where we reallocate any funds that have not been utilised, rather than being utilised for one particular project for one person who believes that they are important. For those reasons, I'm only moving recommendations 1 and 2, and assuming that the funds unspent will come back before us when we reallocate after the end of the financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McGregor, just to answer your question in relation to the aquatic infrastructure at Wyong River, that project has been delayed until next year, and that choice has been made because the softfall at the entrance is urgent, because it's creating problems with disintegrating and flowing into public areas, including into the lake.
Councillor Neil, you've got a seconder for your amendment. Councillor Smith, thank you.
Mover and a seconder for the original motion, which is... No.
Councillor Wright.
Just... It's been moved and seconded by Councillor Wright and Councillor Reaton, so it's an amendment.
I said. I did say it.
Yeah. Have you got a seconder?
Yeah, Councillor Smith.
So you deal with this amendment.
It's an amendment. Any discussion? All those in favour? Councillor amendment. Councillor Wright.
Okay, yeah.
Is Councillor Wright? Okay, just remember that for later. All those in favour? I've got that now there. All those in favour of Councillor Neil's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Mullen. Carried. The amendment's carried. Now becomes the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Yep. Unanimous. Thank you. Monthly Investment Report 2.2, May 2025. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do note after a few discussions that we've had in this place about triple B credit that many councillors may be delighted to know that we seem to be moving away from that in the current macro environment, which is interesting. Nonetheless, I'm happy to move the item 2.2, the monthly investment report for May 2025.
Seconder, Councillor Eaton. Any discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, Agenda 3.1, Part 2A, Nighttime Economy Action Plan 2025 to 27.
So,
Councillor McNamara?
we're going to be doing these separately, correct?
Yeah. Say that again, Councillor McNamara.
Okay, so item 2A is the Nighttime Economy Action Plan. So I'd like to move that.
Yeah. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton.
Any discussion? No opposition?
No. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, did you have a question?
Sorry, can we just clarify? Are we also moving point 1 as well?
Well,
is it 1 and 2 you're moving? 1 and 2A?
1 and 2A, and
It's just been, we just need to be really clear what we're moving.
Yes,
so it's 1 and 2A, is that correct?
correct. When we go to B, do we then just do B? Correct?
Yep.
So the motion is for 1 and 2A. Okay.
Yep. Get a second, there was Councillor Eaton. All those in favour?
Okay.
All those in favour, Councillor Stanton. Unanimous. Thank you.
Now for Part B, the air show, unfortunately we ran out a bit of time at the committee meeting. One of the issues that was raised is the timing that's actually on the recommendation. So we would like to move the recommendation, however, with the timing, saying the suitable time of 26-27 financial year deleted from that motion. That just leaves staff as the direction there would be as soon as possible, whether that's slow or whether that's fast, but that's without putting any timing on it.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton.
It talks about the air show, the suitable time of 26-27 financial year. That's what the other part of it. So I'm just saying as soon as possible, whether that's slow or fast, without putting a timing on it. So I move that, which is Part B.
Councillor Eaton is seconded that. Councillor John, Councillor, can you put your buzzer on?
Sorry.
Councillor McGregor.
Look, initially I put my light on to try and clarify what the CEO did as to what was happening with point 1, but also this 2.B. If we're going to go through all of these committees and just pick and choose, we really should be doing a procedural motion as to what happens with that, and people should be foreshadowing or identifying what happens with the other ones, because with the way that was described before, we were basically going to lose 0.1, and 2B, in theory, should have also been lost. So, in the interest of people actually knowing what's going on, can we just pick a way of dealing with these and stick to it? Ideally, just going through them in the order that they're in the business paper, or if people want to change that, doing a procedural motion that makes it quite clear as to what's actually happening to avoid some of this confusion. And I do think there's a lot more efficient way of dealing with this, which is just doing things the way we normally do, which is debating the items by the item. And then if you have to, follow the code of meeting practice, move a procedural or change the resolution and foreshadow what's going to happen with the other items so that people actually know what's going on.
Councillor Martin. Or Councillor.
Thank
Councillor
you,
Smith.
Mr. Mayor. I will just speak against the current item that is on the screen. And I realise I need to be quite careful about what I say because there was a confidential section to this that came to the committee. But what I will say is that that confidential item really raised quite a few serious concerns about the air show. Not saying that there shouldn't or couldn't be an air show in the future, but I really don't believe those concerns, those issues that were in that confidential report have been addressed, or that there is any level of confidence that those issues have been addressed. So I would actually move an amendment to this, Mr. Mayor, that this item or this decision be deferred until staff provide a detailed, I guess, outline of how issues from the previous, most recent air show, and I realise, sorry, I know I'm sort of dithering into debate because I'm just trying to be clear about what I'm asking of staff. It really is a bit of a clear management plan of how that event will be managed in light of the quite serious issues that were raised in the confidential report. So I would like to move that as an amendment. Don't know whether I'll have support. Obviously, I probably don't prefer an air show, but I accept that many people do. But I just think that there needs to be more thought and more consideration to some of those matters that were raised. So I will move that amendment.
Have we got a seconder?
Don't know.
Yeah, Councillor Castle's the seconder. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor Mullen, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McQuaid. The amendments against. Oh, sorry, Councillor McGregor. Oh. Yeah, Councillor McNamara's motion. All those in favour? Oh, how's Councillor Smith? Can you put your buzzer up,
sorry.
please?
Question. In the report, I noticed that there was some mention of the confidential report once it's been vetted and gone through the appropriate processes, if possible, releasing as much detail to that to the public. Have we got any timeline on that or any idea about when that might happen?
Sorry.
Through Mr. Mayor. I suppose two things I want to raise. One was that the
any issues that were raised in there. We also identified how we would mitigate those things with future air shows. So that was identified, and we'd make sure any future air show was addressing those matters. But I'd have to take on notice any request for releasing that confidential information.
It's in the papers. It says that the confidential attachment is going to remove certain references to things and it's going to be released to the public. So the question is, when is that going to happen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we could probably do that within 30 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now on Councillor McNamara's motion, all those in favour? Councillor Mullen, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor McQuaid. All those against, Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont. Motion's carried. And Mr. CEO.
I'm not sure whether the council did this deliberately or not, but when they handled item 2.1, they didn't consider item 4, which is on page 36, which I think is reasonably important for those citizens in the north because it's emergency power supply works at Lake Haven Recreation Centre. And certainly when I visited that about 6 weeks ago, the centre was closed down because the power was out. So I would think you may want to have a procedural. You probably want a procedural motion to return. And
can I just say, Mr. Mayor, my understanding, as it was explained to me by yourself with the assistance of the CEO, was that the two councillors had moved the recommendations of the staff with that item. I assume that meant all the recommendations, not just some of them. But if you feel you need to recommit for the purposes of certainty, I'm happy to cooperate with that.
All right, can I have a second now? Councillor Smith.
Which bit are you recommitting? Well,
I think you've got to move motion. I think what you have to do is go back and deal with part 4 only.
Yes, I think that's better.
Yeah. So we're okay? We're going to move that procedural
So,
motion.
Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor Neal. Any discussion?
Can we recommit item recommendation 4? Is that what we're moving?
Yes.
Yes, good.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Any discussion? No. All those in favour?
It's a procedural, and then you actually need to move and second it for item 4.
Unanimous, and now a move on seconder for point 4. Councillor Eaton, can I have another seconder? Thanks.
Okay,
Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Thanks, Mr. CEO, for sorting that out. Item 3.2, Environment and Planning Committee Minutes Recommendation. Council intends to deal with multiple recommendations of the Environment and Planning Committee together by the way of single resolution, except for the recommendation councillors wish to speak on. I now move Part 1, Part 2A, Part 2C, Part 2D, Part 2E, Part 4A and Part 4C on the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton, thank you.
So do you want to make that nice and clear to everybody so they understand?
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment in relation to recommendation 2A, if you wish to take that now.
No, that's called out. He's just moving the balance.
No. He said 2A.
2A is out, if I'm right to read that. So it's only you're only moving 2C at this stage?
Yep. Yeah. 2C, 2D.
I'm glad you clarified
2C, 2D.
Yeah. All those in favour? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Neal, can you put your buzzer on? Councillor Smith.
It was put in there by exception that I got to.
Oh, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McGregor, could you just put it off for a wee second to Councillor Smith? I'll come straight back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment, an addition to this part. If I could ask the staff, I think I sent it through. I think it was the first one. And Mr. Mayor, I will try once again to raise my concerns about the what I consider the inefficiency and the failure of these standing committees to really be effective, as we see again tonight. So I'll just wait. So this is an additional part to that above. Again, and I'll just check whether I have a seconder at all.
Any seconder?
Yep.
Councillor
Councillor Lamont, thanks.
Yep.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify for the councillors, it's all the parts that were to go through without debate. So it's all of those plus a further part that again raises concerns about the inefficiency, the duplication, and the nearly $500,000 we're spending on these standing committees when we're having the conversations twice. We need to either expand these standing committees to be committees of the full council with delegation to make decisions when those meetings occur, rather than this quite rather than this process that just creates unnecessary time wasting, manipulation, manoeuvring, and expense that does not need to be there. I realise having standing committees of the full council with decision-making power is an expense, but it is not as much, I don't think, as we are wasting now on this process. So I realise this is not going to get up, but I will move it anyway and continue to raise my concerns that there is a better way of doing this that better serves our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith, can you?
The first thing is a question / clarification. When I was listening to what you read out before, 3.2 Part 4B, EP and C28/25 on the FOGO, is that included in what was being moved, or was that separate to it? Because I heard 4A, I didn't hear 4B.
It was 4A and 4C.
So what's going to happen to 4B then? Because it didn't get passed by exception, and if it's not being considered now, does this mean that our FOGO facility business case report and expression of interest just is in the ether? It's a reasonably significant project and process we're going through. Should it not be included in this? I mean, look, there's really only one answer. It's yes. Like, it's pretty obvious. So the you can leave that because we all know the answer's yes. 3.2, the review of policy for asbestos management. I was curious if I could get some response from the senior staff in regards to that when it goes out to community consultation, are we seeking to proactively contact, say, the Dust Diseases Board, University of New South Wales, Master Builders, or are we hoping that they will see our policies up for consultation and then they will contact us?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, we will be doing wide consultation. Yeah.
So does that mean we will be contacting them or not?
We'll be doing wide consultation, Councillor, and we'll contact a whole range of groups, including the type that you were suggesting. Yep.
So you will be contacting University of New South Wales?
Yes, Councillor.
And the Dust Diseases Board?
Councillor, we will contact all the groups you mentioned.
So I guess you don't have to resolve things, you just ask questions. All right, that's interesting. Look, there's a reason why I asked that and why I'm trying to be specific about this. It's not just to be a smart aleck. It's because it's important that sometimes that people are proactively contacted with these things rather than just expecting that they might pick up on it. And I can recall the last time that this policy went out to exhibition, and it was explicitly mentioned that several of those groups, in addition to others, were contacted. And I received the same response on the night, and then it turned out that they weren't contacted. So I would really appreciate it if we were talking to to the sort of industry groups that we need to proactively, with consultations of this nature and others, not just to single out the asbestos one, but given the danger of that particular substance, it makes it even more prescient. So it's important that we're proactive where we can be, rather than just being reactive. And I know that you're just new into the job, and I'm not trying to criticise you or single you out for anything. That should be the same across the board, whichever director it is, when they're doing consultation of something of this strategic importance to the organisation and the region.
Thank you, Councillor Rayton.
Yes, just a point of order, Mr Mayor. The amendment or whatever it is tried to be moved by Councillor Smith clearly needs a rescission. It's rescinding the decisions this council made only a few months ago. It's got to be ruled out.
There's certainly a very strong argument that it should be handled via a notice of motion, whether it's a notice of rescission or notice to alter. It's a significant change in the operations of the council. It should be considered separately, I would have thought, rather than appending to the minutes of a meeting of council or a committee meeting.
Sorry, Councillor Castles, can you put your buzzer off, please?
Just clarifying through you to the CEO, it's not clear to me we're expanding the membership, delegating decision-making function and scheduling meetings when they are scheduled now is a significant change that requires a notice of motion or a rescission. It's a change in the operation of the committee. It's not removing the committee. It's not changing the role of the committee. It's a change in the operation of the committee.
I'm not making an advice as to whether it needs a motion to rescind or a motion to alter. That's a decision for the chair, but I would suggest that a granting of a delegation to a committee, a wholesale delegation to a committee, is something that should be considered with notice by the council in terms of governance, but it's not necessarily procedural advice I'm giving you, it's merely governance advice.
Mr Mayor, could I just note that I think there was a delegation given to the Environment and Planning Committee at the last meeting to resolve a matter at McMaster's Beach. That didn't have a specific notice of motion or separate motion. So it's just curious the CEO's advice regarding that matter.
But that was a specific one-off delegation to deal with a time constraint, as opposed to a permanent delegation to a committee, which is a significant change in the operations of council. I'm not saying it's something I disagree with, but I certainly do think it's something that the council should be able to consider and think about, because it's a very significant change in how we operate.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll accept what the advice the CEO has given me and make that decision. That I don't accept that. So back to the original motion, Councillor Rayton. If you got a seconder.
Here's where we are. So you're ruling out that amendment,
Yeah.
I think, Mr Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think I moved, did I? No. So I think we're just back to the motion, Mr Mayor.
Back to the original motion.
And I think there wasn't any, yeah. So you moved that. I think I did second it, Mr Mayor, so we can go ahead with it.
All right. Any other discussions? Yeah.
We just go cycle through so we know exactly what we're voting on, because there's still remnants, isn't there?
That's shitloads. Right. Councillor McGregor.
Mr Mayor, I note Councillor Lamont's had her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont.
She might want to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
That's okay. I'm just wondering, what are we actually up to at the moment? Just from home, it's very hard to work out what we're...
3.2.
So are we actually looking at the separate items like 1, 2, A, B, C at the moment? I'm just not sure.
Yeah, it was 1, 2C, 2D, 2E, 4A, 4C.
So what's the next step? That's what I'm trying to work out.
That would just go into vote, and there's no other discussion.
On no other discussion on what, sorry?
On those items.
Well, I'd like to actually move an amendment to 2B on item 3.2.
2B. 2B's no, 2B was not started.
Is that the one on the draft Open Coastal Management Program?
Can, Miss, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor.
That's okay. Certainly, on the sheet that we have here before us, Councillor Lamont undoubtedly did star 3.2 Part 2B, Draft Open Coast Management Program for Public Exhibition. I have it in my hand. So it seems to me that if it's dropped off somewhere, that was just a bit of a mistake, because it's definitely here, and I know Councillor Lamont has not withdrawn that. Thank you.
It's going to be considered separately. Yeah. It's going to be considered separately. Is that right?
Councillor Lamont, you're right, my apologies. It's just the format is done a wee bit differently, and that one will be getting done separately.
Okay, so do we do it now, or that's what I'm just wondering what the next step is?
We'll come back. We'll come back to that and just do it shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, my apologies, because it's just the format is done different in my run sheet, so.
The ones on the screen.
The ones on the screen.
So it should be all of what's in 3.2. Unless we just make it up as we go, which is not unusual. But, you know.
Councillor Daniels?
It's really quite difficult to figure out what we're looking at when we're going through every single item. Can I just get a list of the numbers that we're doing? Is it 2.3 Part A, 2.3 Part 2A, Part 2C, 2D, 2E, 4A, 4B, and 4C? So we are talking to 2B, Part 3 and Part 4B. Is that right?
We should be talking about Part 1, Part 2A, Part 2C, Part 2D, Part 2E, Part 4A, and Part 4C.
Getting somewhere. But I did start 3.2 Part 2A, Local Strategic Planning Statement. I started that not before the meeting, but when we went through individually the items people want to start.
Yeah, you did. Is the mover and seconder happy? To pull 2A out? Yep.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
Councillor Neil had that.
Yeah. Pull 2A out and we'll do that separately. So we up. Is everybody happy with what's on the... Yeah.
No.
Yeah. We'll have a 5-minute... Can I have a motion for a 5-minute break? All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. we all go back to your seats? Thank you. Thanks, councillors and gallery. Thank you. Just for tonight, what we'll do, we'll go per item, just to save any confusion for the committee stuff. And then that way we'll pick up the ones Councillor Lamont, Councillor Neils will pick them up as we go through. Everybody's back? Yeah, kind of a motion to restart.
Mr. Mayor, you haven't got two of the councillors.
Yeah, we've got a forum. You've got a quorum. So Councillor McGregor, motion, Councillor Wright, second. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. So just going back to committee stuff, 3.2 Part A.
Moved. Part 1. Part 1.
Part 1, yeah. Receives and notes the minutes 3rd of June 2025.
Yep, moved.
Moved. Yeah, motion. So we've got a seconder, Councillor McNamara. Motion by Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Yeah, it was point 1. Yeah, point 1. Unanimous apart from Daniels and Walsh, who are still out of the room. Thank you. 2A. Nighttime Economy Action Plan 2025-2027. 3.12 Part 2A. Can I have a mover? Councillor Neil, sorry.
Yeah, that was local strategic planning statement.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you threw me, Mr. Mayor.
My apologies.
I would like to move the recommendation with the addition of 3 words actually, to develop the local strategic planning statement for each ward, which is to be finalised by the end of the year.
You got a seconder for that, Councillor Castles is a seconder. Thank you. Any other debate, Councillor? All right, just can we get the wording right? Is that okay? Are you okay, Councillor Neil, with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Could I ask Councillor Neil just to consider to develop the draft?
Put your buzzer off. Councillor Eaton, could you put your buzzer on, please?
Sorry.
To consider just putting the word to develop the draft local strategic planning statement for each ward to be finalised by the end of the year. Yes, thank you.
Could you say it, staff? Did you get that?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton?
Just a question through you to the Director. Is this done on a ward-by-ward basis, or do we end up with a single document that covers the whole of the Central Coast Council area?
Just to clarify.
Well, I've asked the question.
Through Mr. Mayor, the way the resolution's written would mean we'd be doing 5 local strategic planning statements, 1 for each ward. If what is meant by it is that we're doing 1 local strategic planning statement and there is sub areas of it that deal with each ward, then we could do that.
What I was intending to move, and I think I did move, was that the consultation happen in each ward rather than the plan B for each ward.
Thanks, Councillor.
That was my intention.
Can you have a closer look, make sure that's the case? Because we do need to be careful.
Yes, of course.
Because the way it reads, it reads as though you're delivering 5 strategic planning statements, remembering that while we have 5 wards now, in 3.5 years' time, we'll only have 3.
Yeah,
So.
Just for clarification, it is consultations in each ward, not a statement for each ward. If you read it, it might necessarily be another comma that might clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor Beaton, is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. No more discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Neil. Part 3.2, Part 2B, Draft Open Coastal Management Programme for Public Exhibition. Councillor Lamont, you want to speak on this?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I have a couple of questions first. I have an amendment for this item. So if the ladies in civic support if they could actually bring that amendment up, that would be great. But the questions that I have through you, Mr. Mayor, this is actually probably partly IPR related as well, but it does relate to this item as well. In November, Council's paying $300,000 to Worley. Is that amount related to the CMP?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that question on notice, Councillor.
Is there anyone else in the room that may know? Because it's pretty important.
Through Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the Environment Manager to please just address that issue.
Just bear with us, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Worley have been a consultant that has been engaged for the development of the coastal management programs, but I'm not clear on the $300,000 reference. I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Okay, so we know we're paying Worley $300,000. The other question that I have is I've been advised that at the Lagoon CMP focus group meeting last week that a council staff provided a pro-Wombrel seawall anti-sand nourishment presentation. That's the words that I was given to the Lagoon CMP focus group. The presentation was made in relation to the Open Coastal Management Program, advising that it was now being fast-tracked. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can someone please explain why a staff member would have provided such a presentation on the Open Coast Management Program, specifically to about Wombrel seawall, the proposed seawall, and sand nourishment, to a group that are there as part of the Lagoons focus group? And what does fast tracking mean now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't present at the focus group meeting and I haven't seen that presentation. I know it was delivered by our consultant, I believe, WaterTech, but I can't answer the question in regards to the presentation. I haven't seen that.
Okay, it was actually delivered by a council staff member.
I still haven't seen it, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
but if someone...
Can I move the actual committee recommendation, then Councillor Lamont can keep asking questions?
Well, I've got an amendment, Councillor Beaton.
You can do that too.
Could you do can you do that now, Councillor Lamont, please?
Yep. What part, moving it or the amendment?
The amendment. Yeah.
Well, I've asked the ladies. Okay, so I have asked the ladies. I'll just make sure. Okay, so what I'm recommending is that the draft CMP goes back to the Coastal Estuary Flood Risk Management Advisory Committee, once established, to review the document's compliance with the Coastal Management Act and the New South Wales Coastal Management Framework prior to documentation being presented to Council for a decision on public exhibition. And part 2, that Council provides councillors with a dedicated workshop on Coastal Management Act and the New South Wales Coastal Management Framework to support informed decision making. and the council directs the chief CEO to expedite the process around the formation of the subcommittees for the Coastal Estuary and Flood Risk Management Committee and the Mangrove Mountain Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder for Councillor McGregor's seconder? Any other discussion? Councillor Eaton.
I'll move then, if that was the motion, I'll move the amendment being the committee recommendation.
Can I have a seconder for the Councillor Eaton's?
And I will speak to it briefly, Mr Mayor, which will be in favour of the amendment and against the motion. And the issue here is that it is vitally important to get the draft out on exhibition as a matter of urgency. The longer it's delayed means obviously the longer before it comes into force, and it's only once it comes into force that money is available from the state by way of grant programs for action identified in the Coastal Management Program for actions to actually start reducing the risk. Clearly the motion envisages a very significant delay in that process. Some of that process could indeed happen while it was on exhibition, if that was the will of the council or the committee. So I really urge the council not to delay on this matter and get it out on exhibition.
Right. Any other discussion?
Sorry,
Councillor.
Mr Mayor, do I get a chance to actually speak to my amendments? I don't. I ask questions.
Councillor Eaton's amendments on the floor. You can speak against his amendment.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Can I do that now, or is anyone else speaking?
No, you can do it.
Okay, I cannot support the motion to place the draft coastal management program on public exhibition, not because I oppose having a CMP, but because the document before us neither is legally compliant nor strategically fit for purpose under the Coastal Management Act. Under Section 15 of the Act, a certified CMP must clearly identify coastal issues and how they will be addressed, specify how and when each action will be implemented, include emergency action subplans, and be strategically, transparently and financially deliverable. The draft fails on all fronts. It is non-compliant, wish list, and falls short of the legislative requirements in several critical areas, including the absence of emergency subplans, a lack of funding clarity, and vague action implementation details. Frankly, it feels like a deja vu to me. We've seen this before, where a particular community group lobbied a local state MP to fast-track the completion of and certification of a now expired CZMP, ultimately to support the approval of a seawall DA in the Land Environment Court. Some in this chamber will remember those events. It appears we're now repeating history with this CMP. Actions WB01 and WB02 risk embedding a predetermined protection first outcome for Wamberal Beach without a DA approval, without confirmed state support, and without an adequate financial or design framework. This not only undermines the credibility of the CMP, but also exposes council to legal, environmental and reputational risks. The CMP references Council's 11 October 22 resolution to adopt the engineering design requirements for a vertical seawall. This endorsement is premature and inconsistent with the Act, which requires protection options to be rigorously tested and ranked, including consideration of natural defences and planned retreat. Worse still, it prejudges the development application submitted by the Wamberal Protection Association and risks influencing the regional planning panel, thus undermining independent planning processes. By embedding these 2022 EDRs into the CMP and explicitly supporting private DAs that align with them, the CMP effectively positions vertical seawalls as default outcomes, even though those DAs have not yet been assessed. This compromises planning integrity and casts the CMP as a mechanism to justify a predetermined solution. Furthermore, the CMP does not prioritise nature-based solutions wherever possible, as required by the Act. Rather than offering a staged stand nourishment-led plan, we are presented with a protection-heavy strategy seemingly shaped by private interests, legal fears and political expediency. Even where nourishment is referenced, it is vague, unfunded and treated as secondary. The cost-benefit analysis is not integrated into a stage or fundable implementation plan. There is no committed funding sources, no strategy for alternatives like nourishment and land acquisition. The CMP instead assumes future grant funding will somehow fill these gaps, a speculative and irresponsible approach that clearly fails the Act's deliverable standard. Even community consultation appears tokenistic, despite local opposition to hard protection measures, especially at Wamberal and the North Entrance. The draft actions revert to engineered status quo responses. Community views are treated as a one factor to balance against liability and private landowner demands. That is not genuine public participation and is certainly not good governance or acting in good faith. On page 167 of the CMP, even claims that the CMP has developed a coastal zone emergency action plan, which details actions and responsibilities to ensure public safety and prevent risk to human life. But there's no emergency action plan. In summary, this CMP breaches key provisions of the Coastal Management Act, disregards genuine community feedback, prejudges significant planning decisions, and fails to present a lawful or practical delivery pathway. We should not be using public exhibition to legitimise a broken plan. And I therefore ask all councillors to vote against the public exhibition. I'd also like, through you, Mr Mayor, a show of hands on how many people are familiar with the Coastal Management Act or the Coastal Management Framework, because if you're not, you really can't be making a decision on this going out to public exhibition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. If the staff could just scroll down to Councillor Lamont's original motion. I'm just wondering if the mover of the amendment, it doesn't seem to me that there'd be any big deal about including part 2 that provide councillors with a dedicated workshop. Is there a reason why we can't incorporate that into the amendment? Look, we've had some kind of briefing, but I think what that specifically relates to is an understanding of the Act and an understanding of the Coastal Management Framework. Is there a reason? Okay, so that can be included. And can I just have a look at part 1? So it's referring the draft CMP to the Coast Estuary and Floodplain Advisory Committee once established to review the document's compliance. Now, so sorry, I guess probably the issue there is the prior to exhibition. Is there any reason we couldn't include that part of referring it to the committee and we're just removing the prior to exhibition? That's going to happen anyway. That's where cars are going to come. Then there's no problem in putting it in the amendment, is there, if it's going to happen anyway? Well, I think that's my next question, is why it's taking so long to get these committees even progressed. But let's assume that we could open. Surely, even if that draft plan goes on exhibition, that feedback needs to come back to that committee. So why is there so there's no problem with that? It's the prior to exhibition that seems to be the stumbling block. So it sounds like the mover of the amendment will incorporate that. And then I will go to my question, Mr Mayor, which is my significant concern about the delays in getting these advisory committees established. My understanding being that there's an obligation on the CEO to implement lawful resolutions of council without undue delay. And it's now been 3 months since I put forward a motion to establish the Mangrove Mountain Advisory Committee in the context of significant issues in our drinking water catchment regarding PFAS and other pollution that the EPA is now acting upon. There are other resolutions of council that seem to be taking an awful long time to implement. And I will just flag, I did ask this question in the committee, And I did feel bad because I was directing my question to staff that had been working on some of the coastal management issues, and so I apologise to them. But it does just raise the concern with me, why are those staff tasked with establishing these committees when it should be a governance matter? Could I get a response to that through you, Mr Mayor, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. The establishment of members of committees is actually supported via 3 teams of council, or actually 4. So the governance team supports through the terms of reference. The subject matter experts are the teams who are working on the subjects. We also use our recruitment services to help advertise and assess those applicants, and our communications team to promote it. So it's actually 4 teams of council who work on that, and we wouldn't like to appoint or recommend or assess applicants without the subject matter experts being involved, just like any other application for a position.
Thank you, Director, but that just raises more concerns about efficiencies in terms of having 4 teams on working on advertising for members of a committee. And again, I would just flag my concerns. Could I ask in particular to the Mangrove Mountain Committee, because it is mentioned there, I know I'm going on, sorry, but when I did raise that informally, I was told the terms of reference had to come back to council again. I thought we've adopted 2 sets of terms of reference for that committee. Can you clarify where the terms of reference are up to for the Mangrove Mountain Committee? Because I'm sure we've adopted a couple, lots of them.
Actually, can't remember the answer to that off the top of my head. I'd have to go.
I can assist. It's coming to the EMP committee next Tuesday night.
All right, but the question remains why, since that matter has come to an ordinary council meeting on 2 occasions. These standing committees, great value for money, should not be used to block progress and the implementation of resolutions of council.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any other discussion? Vote on the amendment, Councillor Reaton's amendment. All those in favour? Yep.
Wasn't part 1 from Councillor Lamont's motion agreed to with the removal of prior to the document being presented for public exhibition? I thought that was agreed to also.
Because it'll happen if the committee's in place.
Then what is the problem with including it?
Because the committee mightn't be in place, and then you've got a problem.
Then we've got a bigger problem if the committee's not in place by then.
Councillor. All right. Put an amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Amendments carried now with the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley and Councillor Lamont. Carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Walsh. Sorry. Next item. 3.2 Part 2C, Land Acquisition Monitoring Park Shared Pathway. Councillor McGregor, sorry.
Look, I've got a question which might shape a few other things, because there's some pretty significant decisions tonight that the people at the other end of the table are probably wondering why we're going through all this now and not worrying about them. Obviously, the IPNR documents are. Can I speak? You don't have the call.
Councillor Reaton, just
Do you want to actually decide some of these multi-million-dollar, multi-decade things, or do you want to squabble over
can you
this?
ask the question? Thanks.
What's time critical apart from the IPNR? I would assume that the IPNR documents, as well as 6.1, are things that are time critical. What else on here is time critical? What about 4.3? They're the three big things we should be voting on. We'll be here till 4 o'clock in the morning if we keep going through this one by one. So I want to know what's time critical apart from them, because I want to move that they be brought forward to be voted on, because we actually need to vote on them, rather than all this other petty stuff that's irrelevant. So is there anything else that I need to add apart from IPNR, sludge cake and 6.1?
Councillor McGregor will come back to you in a second. We'll do this one, let's start it, and then we'll look at that.
Sorry, just a question. I have got an item in the Infrastructure and Asset Committee minutes starred, I believe. I think it's item 1.1 and it's 2D. Is that noted? As I said, I can't see and I don't have the sheet in front of me.
We're actually going through all of them, Councillor Lamont, now. We're going to mention them all.
Thank you.
So back. Yeah, thanks. So part 2C, land acquisition manner, part NA, Councillor Eaton, seconded Councillor McGregor. No discussion. All those in favour? Items 3.2 part C. I can't be any more clear than that.
2.C.
Mannering part.
Councillor McGregor, if you wish to move a procedural motion to handle those, particularly item, the IPNR suite of documents is absolutely critical. It's 4.1, 4.6, the debts, 4.7, 4.8, 4.10, and 6.1 are the 4.3. Sorry, 4.3.
Sorry, can you just read it out again? What was that? 4.1?
4.1.
4.1?
4.3. 4.3, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 4.10, and 6.1 are the ones that need to be dealt with.
Okay, well, I will move a procedural motion with the Chair's indulgence that 4.1...
Councillor McGregor, can we just vote on this one? We're in the middle of...
Do we have a mover and
3 point? Yeah, we had a mover on second. Councillor Neil was just wanting to know what it is, and then you can put the procedural motion.
Didn't you just vote on that?
No, we didn't vote. Councillor Neil asked what we're voting on.
Oh, sorry, I thought it had been put.
No, it hadn't been put. So it was the land acquisition, manor and park, shared pathway. Any questions? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, everyone apart from Councillor Lamont.
Oh, sorry.
Lamont. Yep.
Sorry.
Unanimous, thank you.
Okay. So you'll allow me now to...
It's not allowing you, it was just we're in the middle of something. So if you want to jump in when you want.
No, I just want us to follow the code of meeting practice. It appears to be
we're actually in the middle of something. That's following the middle.
You put it to a vote and people put their hand up. So anyway.
No, they never.
4.1, 4.3, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 4.10, and 6.1 be brought forward to be debated.
Within bulk. So we just get rid of, put 4.10 in it.
Was that seconded, Councillor Neil? Yep. All those in favour? Yeah. Unanimous. Thank you.
So we go to 4.1.
4.1. Integrated Plan and Reporting IP and R draft document. Sweet for adoption. Do we have a Councillor Stanton?
I have a motion.
Yep. Just an amendment? Or?
No, I have a motion.
Just a motion.
Right.
I'll begin in the meantime.
Thanks, Councillor Ian. Councillor Stanton.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks everyone for putting this procedural motion forward. This is an exciting day for Central Coast Council as we hand down the first budget with elected councillors. Well, we haven't, or can do that when we proceed.
Move it down. Can we?
Can I? I'm sorry, but can I interrupt? Are we're on the IPR now, but I thought we were actually doing items. What happened to the Infrastructure and Asset Committee meeting items?
We just had a vote about the urgent stuff that we have to go through tonight, and we've moved forward to 4.1, 4.3, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, and 6.1 that we need to get done tonight. They're the urgent.
So we're leaving. So we're going back to the committees at a later date, are we?
Yes, or later if we've got time, we'll go back to them this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Neil, can you see that now? Yep, yep. Councillor Stanton. Councillor Smith, can you put your buzzer off, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Could staff putting that off? Huh. Councillor Stanton.
It's actually the staff recommendation with a few minor amendments, which you'll see. Mr. Mayor and councillors, this is an exciting day for Central Coast Council as we hand down the first budget with elected councillors since 2020. In it, we propose a spend of more than $1 billion in works and services that will support our community both this financial year and into the future. It includes over $750,000 in delivering operational activities and a further $320 million for capital projects across all areas of council. This financial year alone, $225 million is being spent on operating council's water and sewer business and maintaining the associated assets. This highlights the scale of Central Coast Council as the third largest LGA by population. We have 2,250 kilometres of local roads, 560 parks and reserves, 261 play spaces, and 77 sporting facilities. As Chair of the Infrastructure and Assets Committee, it is pleasing to see Council's ongoing investment in not just renewing these important community assets, but increasing them into the future. Aside from infrastructure, Tuggerah Lake and flood mitigation remains a key passion of mine. Tonight, as part of the budget process, I am putting forward one of the largest investments in dredging in Tuggerah Lake's history, a capital injection of $1.2 million from Council's additional surplus funds to ensure that the program has all of the resources it needs to succeed. In allocating the additional surplus of $1.2 million, which arises as a favourable adjustment to the predicted budget, we will be maintaining the operational surplus of $3 million to ensure an appropriate buffer that allows us to act in the event of unforeseen circumstances, such as Council not receiving its targeted financial assistance grant from the federal government at end of financial year. While we work on the final policy and the scope of work, the community can seek comfort in knowing that the funding is there and available to deploy when needed. As the CEO noted in his response to the motion, this investment will allow for a dredge to be operational and in the water from February and March next year.
But it's in this budget.
No, thanks, Councillor Smith. Carry on, Councillor Stanton.
Thank you. In March, I told the community that an update and a more holistic pathway would be months and not years away. And tonight, should my fellow councillors choose to adopt this particular motion, which includes $1.2 million towards Tuggerah Lake dredging, this dredging could start in less than 8 months. Over the past few months, I've been working closely with individuals and organisations such as the Tuggerah Lakes Care Group, who share a passion for dredging and flood mitigation. In my notice of motion, which will be later this evening, I'll provide a further update on where we're at with the overarching policies. Councillors, I urge you to support this motion as it provides comfort and assurance to thousands of residents across the entire lake who call this place home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Stanton. I just want to talk in favour of the motion and in particular the long-term financial plan specifics. Mr. Mayor, this amendment acknowledges what I believe is a shared goal in this chamber. It's financially sustainable council that is responsive to the needs of our community, which is forward-thinking in its planning and disciplined in its delivery. Tonight, hopefully we're adopting a financial plan that charts a stable and responsible path forward. It's not the end of the conversation though. It's the beginning of a process that must remain open to continuous improvement. Councillors, including myself, have made it clear that we are not content to simply lock in a plan and walk away. We want to keep challenging ourselves and challenging this organisation to find better ways to be more efficient, to be more productive, to grow non-rate revenue, to do more with and for our community without always going back to the ratepayer. In particular, I want to reaffirm our ambition to explore all viable opportunities to be bold and visionary whilst being responsible. If we have this approach, I'm confident we can increase investment in core services like roads, footpaths, parks, and essential maintenance. It means unlocking value from underutilised assets, driving operational reform, and improving culture within council. This will ensure the best possible service is provided to our customers at all times. Again, this motion reinforces our commitment and absolute determination to bring value back to the ratepayer and residents of this region. It will ensure council will have a structured process for reviewing our financial strategy and that we are held accountable for continually seeking ways to deliver more for less.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wish to move an amendment standing in my name, which I've been provided to civic support already. If that could be brought up on the screen, that would be appreciated.
Belinda, could I add my amendment with yours? Would you mind? It's on the, there's one on the workforce management strategy and also on the delivery program or the operational plan.
I might deal with mine first, and then if you want to put yours as an amendment, I can either accept or otherwise.
Okay. Okay.
The amendment that's before you is a relatively minor amendment, or a number of minor amendments, and it's their
You've got a seconder, Councillor Neal.
Beg your pardon?
Seconder.
Yes.
I'll second.
It's a relatively minor amendment in the scheme of things. A is really just a typographical error where there's a full stop and a full T where there shouldn't be. And I think if people look at that paragraph, they'll see it does not change the meaning in any way. The more important part is, after reviewing the final document, there is a very important policy and strategy which is not retained in the delivery programs, despite the fact that it has been endorsed by a motion of council. So I'm moving that the insertion of delivery programs, implementation and review of the climate change policy and greening strategy. C, that the long-term financial plan be adopted with the deletion of the implementation of any special levy to replace the present special levy which ceases in 2031 and 32. And just finally, a timing issue in relation to the future process, in that we really should have these documents at least 2 weeks before it comes to a council meeting. I understand all the complications that arise and the difficulties, but it really is very difficult to review documents of this length in essentially a weekend, which is what was required on this occasion. In relation to climate change, we have adopted it as a policy. It was adopted prior to this council. It was re-adopted again, and you may recall that on a notice of motion moved by myself, that a review of the climate change policy has been adopted, and I assume is being undertaken at this time. On that basis, it's very important that it actually be included in this document, so not only is it part of our future strategy, but also the community is well aware of it. In relation to the financial plan, I'm deeply concerned, and I have been expressed this concern on many occasions, that a special levy was introduced during the financial difficulties the council experienced before my election and the election of most of councillors here. And as a result, additional funds were collected from our community. This special levy was extended prior again to our election for this council, but it has been extended till 2032, which I think is unsatisfactory in itself. But to continue that special levy when that special levy has been already paid off by the community's contributions, I think is completely inequitable and should be rejected, and therefore I move the amendment that's before you. The final one is a matter of timing. We need to properly consider these documents. I read this document. It took me about 12 hours to read all these documents again to ensure that they're in compliance with what we'd agreed and my views. And it's quite disappointing that I feel that potentially I could have performed a better role for the community if I'd had more opportunity. 2 days is not enough. So I ask that the council endorse a proposition that we have 14 days to consider them. I commend the amendment to the councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Any other discussion? Councillor Lamont or Councillor Smith? Councillor Neil, your buzzer.
Could I just ask, please, whether the mover of the motion will accept my amendment?
Councillor Stanton. Councillor Stanton.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak.
Hold on, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Stanton, will she accept the amendment? Yeah, Councillor Neil's amendment. I couldn't hear you there.
Sorry, can we finish hearing from all the councillors?
I can't. Sorry. Would you accept Councillor Neil's amendment?
Well, I'd like to hear from all the councillors and what they think. Wait, can incorporate? He's asking to incorporate.
Councillor Eaton, you were next. Just move on. Councillor Eaton, sorry, Councillor Eaton was there then. We had to drop him off. We'll come back to you
Who's next? Is it me?
Oh, no, if you can switch off, we'll come to you next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking against the amendment, and in part because it's incompetent, to put it mildly. In Part B, you can't just amend and put in delivery without money. So as with Councillor Stanton's motion, she's found money. C, hang on, I'm still speaking. You have the point of order when I finished.
Yes, Councillor Neil.
That might be seen as a breach of the code of conduct by his adjectives. Secondly, the money for the climate change policy has already been adopted as part of the budget pursuant to a motion of council in previous years and in this year again.
Not sure what the point of order is, and I would have thought Councillor Neal, as a lawyer, would understand that I said incompetent in terms of the motion, not in terms of her. She's a very competent councillor. So I restate that point. It needs money added to it. C is actually the biggest problem. The long-term financial plan that is proposed to be adopted as part of the motion includes some replacement of the special levy. You cannot adopt it without that. You would have to change it. You're short, what's the figure, $30-odd million. No, you can't. You can't do it. It doesn't make up. It's a core part. It's like saying 2 + 2 = 6. The long-term financial plan, which is adopted earlier up in this document, includes the provision of that income. So you can't take it away and still have the same plan. You've got to change the plan. And unfortunately, while I agree with Councillor Neal in terms of the desirability of item D, in terms of the timeframe set out in the Act and the required exhibit and the like, it is actually impractical to give the 14 days, even though I would agree it's desirable. So for all those reasons, I certainly can't support the amendment.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a request to the mover of the amendment whether she would include another point in terms of the community strategic plan. And I thank the staff for their work on that. But I am requesting that we add another part to the community strategic plan, and that is a part. Sorry, I just haven't got my notes in front of me. But basically, in essence, it's a part that says a section or a part of the community strategic plan to protect the drinking water catchment. That was in the original community strategic plan, so it's in the existing one. My recollection is that when staff provided a briefing to councillors on the submissions to the draft community strategic plan, it was mentioned in some of the submissions, not to the same degree as other points, but it was mentioned in the draft submission, on the submissions to the CSP. And again, I raise my concerns about some of the issues that are emerging with our drinking water catchment, and these are public. The PFAS results in the upper catchment of Arimba, the pollution from the Mangrove Mountain landfill, and so I think it is a critical element of our responsibility and our role as a water authority. It is something that the community has identified, and it is something that is in the existing community strategic plan, which we are meant to be reviewing as part of this process. So would the mover of the amendment accept that as an additional part of the community strategic plan to protect the drinking water catchment?
Excellent. I completely agree with that and accept this.
And you really like my arguments then? Exactly. I might ask in the predictable outcome whether the mover of the motion would accept that for the community strategic plan. Councillor Stanton, yes, I'm talking to you. You won't consider protect.
I won't be accepting this particular amendment into the motion that I proposed.
Councillor Stanton?
John, let us speak.
Happy for you to find the reference, Councillor McNamara, but it's not there. I looked at the current CSP and the draft CSP and it's not there. Councillor Stanton?
Your buzzer. Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, so have I got the call or
Councillor
not?
McNamara, can we get on Councillor Stanton just to give an answer?
No, she said asked and answered. Councillor Stanton will not support protecting the drinking water catchment as part of the community strategic plan. Thank you.
Councillor McNamara.
Sorry, just to clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, they were not my words. I asked and I answered the question, which was that I will not be accepting this particular full set of amendments into the motion.
Thank you.
Please withdraw your comments that were stating words from my mouth, which were not correct.
Councillor McNamara.
Okay. To the Director of Water and Sewer, we have many strategies in the water and sewer area. Do you have a strategy that protects the drinking water catchment?
The overarching, through you, Mr. Mayor, the overarching provision of services to drinking water services to the community requires us to manage the drinking water catchment. It would be referenced. It's referenced in the delivery plan as a overarching statement. It's also covered in our water security plan as well. I can't find the specific reference in the community strategic plan.
Right. So, Councillor Lamont. Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
That's fine, thank you. I just want to know if I can bring my amendments up. If
this has to be
Councillor,
a foreshadowed amendment. So you can just raise it. You can raise it to see if Councillor Stanton or Councillor Smith will accept that.
okay, well, can I do that if the ladies from Civic Support could possibly bring it up, please? Yep, that's it. And also, I think there was one on the. Are we looking at the workforce strategy as well? And with these documents or not? Workforce management strategy documents, is that going to be included?
Yes.
Okay, well, can I get the ladies to also include my, it's there, sorry, it is there. So I just want to know whether we can consider these as a foreshadowed motion. Basically, what I'm saying is the 1.5 million that is currently allocated to coastal protection works at Wamberal Beach. We're no longer, I think it's common knowledge that it doesn't look like the seawall is going to be built or the proposed seawall. There's no defined actions in a CMP or anything else saying what we're doing down there. And I think until we figure out what we're actually doing at Wamberal, those funds could be better used for dredging at the entrance channel. And I'd like to remove item 1003666 and reallocate the 1.5 million that was there. The dredging motion, should it get up? I know it's been said that coastal protection encompasses everything. Last year with the IPR documents, there was 293 submissions on this item called Coastal Protection Works, and it was all to oppose the seawall. So the community has definitely identified that item as seawall, not as coastal protection. And it's been, I mean, council has basically said that it's unlikely that the seawall DA will be approved or that we're going to get to that stage. So I think it's probably worth putting the funds somewhere else where it could be better used. In regards to the amendment to the workforce strategy, I think for transparency, I think the community wants to know how our staff are feeling about their jobs at council, the culture, how they're, how they feel about working for council. A lot of other employers do it, reveal staff survey results, even government agencies, other councils, and I think council should start doing that as well. So I'd like to make that amendment in the workforce management strategy. And that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you.
So that's a foreshadowed amendment.
Mr. Mayor, before I consider whether I accept that amendment and include it in my amendment, could I please ask the CEO a question?
Yep.
In relation to the funding that's allocated presently, sorry, could you go back to, please, to Councillor Lamont's amendment? Where it says the operational item 1003 1.66 public assets only Wombrel Beach from the 25-26 operational plan, is there any likelihood that that money is going to be spent for that item in this financial year?
Not in this financial year because there's only a few days to go, but the financial year we're considering, the New South Wales government has advised that they are receiving this month the results of a study into offshore sand nourishment. I've had discussions at the federal government level as well. A range of considerations are happening there, so there is some chance that there may need to be a contribution from council in that space. They have indicated that trials in that space are likely to happen in New South Wales at North Entrance and at Wombrel. So I would believe that there would be a reasonable chance, I'm not saying a high likelihood, but a reasonable chance that there may be a contribution required by council in this space. So that's...
Sorry, you meant for sand nourishment?
For some form of protective action. Ultimately, whether that's whatever that form of work may occur, but clearly there's things happening. There is a DA being considered. There is also, as I said, the New South Wales government is actively looking at a sand nourishment, the potential for sand nourishment there, and there may be a hybrid solution as well. Additionally, there is right now a consideration being for Section 68 under the Reconstruction Act for temporary repairs to the existing protective structures at Wombrel Beach, some of which are linked to council's assets as well. So there may be a contribution in that regard. So I believe that there's a reasonably strong chance that there'll be some expenditure by council this year or next year or the year after for some form of protective work to preserve Wombrel Beach.
I'm somewhat concerned that money that's been allocated won't be able to be used just for Wombrel Beach, and I would like very much for it to be the description of it widened so that it could be used for other areas, other foreshore areas. If we were to amend the line item to read coastal protection works or foreshore works instead of and take away the Wombrel Beach, would that allow it to be spent in a wider range of areas?
Certainly would, but can I just say that we need to just be managing meeting procedure as well about where we are and what we're moving, because we have an amendment on the floor at the moment.
I know. I'm just considering.
And it's your amendment, yeah. But what you're saying is correct. But as identified, there is a pressing and urgent issue in terms of Wombrel where there is public assets. There are some public assets at North Entrance which may require a contribution as well. And it's likely that there'll be some work required in the next few months in that space as well.
What I might indicate, Mr. Mayor, is that if Councillor Lamont were to amend her motion to say foreshore works rather than specifically dredging works at the entrance channel. Yes. Then I would incorporate it into my amendment. It just allows a broader scope of usage of those funds, a small amount for Wombrel if needed, plus it to be dispersed to other foreshore works if they're not completely spent for Wombrel.
So Councillor Neal, you're suggesting that the 1.5 may be used for the entrance channel as well. Is that correct?
It would say we just use it foreshore and dredging works, and just take out the entrance channel, and just means it's much broader.
Yep. Okay.
And I'm happy to accept the amendment in relation to workforce management strategy.
Okay. Thank you.
It's the 19 goes with 20. If I might just clarify, I've accepted those amendments. The effect of it would be, firstly, to allow the 1.4 million that's presently only allocated to Wombrel works to be used for any dredging or works on the coast. And secondly, I've accepted the amendment in relation to the workforce management strategy, which I think is very commonplace and probably advantageous for our staffs and for the councillors to know how staff are feeling.
Councillor Lamont, are you withdrawing your foreshadowed motion now because Councillor Neil's included that in her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can we move back to Councillor Neil's amendment? Just make sure you're all happy with that.
So can I just ask a question? So Councillor Neil's amendment will be including my two amendments. Is that correct? Yep.
Yes.
It's just hard to look at it on the computer. That's all. Sorry.
All right, we've come up to 30 minutes and we have to bring this to an end. So it's now. So you're happy with that, Councillor Neil?
I
And Councillor Lamont, yep.
Yep,
Right.
I'm fine. Thank you.
All those in favour of Councillor Neil's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. That's the amendment's lost. Councillor Stanton's motion. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, could I just go back to asking Councillor Stanton whether she'll add a part in the CSP to protect the drinking water catchment? Whether she would consider that.
She said no, so we'll have to move.
Well, no, she said no to the whole amendment.
Councillor Stanton, can you answer that quickly?
My understanding from the staff is that this is already within the documents. However, Councillor Smith will make a point 21 to include your wording.
Thank you. All those in favour of...
Mr. Mayor, sorry, before we end the debate, can I get a chance to actually speak against the Councillor Stanton's motion?
Our 30 minutes is over. We're going to have to move. Yeah, can we get that on the board? Councillor Stanton's that? Is that Councillor Stanton's that it? Councillor Stanton. Councillor Stanton, you've got a right to reply.
Hello. I'd like to.
We've got Councillor Stanton Walsh. So.
I'd like to move a procedural motion for Councillor Lamont to be heard.
It's outside the code.
For extension of time of 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
I'm not accepting because it's over the 30 minutes.
My understanding is we can request an extension of time of 3 or 5 minutes.
No, we can't. Councillor Stanton, are you fine with what's on the board now?
I move dissent on the ruling.
Put a motion of dissent. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Lost. All those in favour of Councillor Stanton's amended motion? Councillor Mullen, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Carried. Item 4.2, reviewed investments management and policy and draft borrowings policy for adoption.
Mr Mayor, I think the procedural motion would be that 4.3 is next, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, 4.3, sorry, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, did you take the votes against the motion?
Yeah.
No, you didn't actually.
Take it again, sorry. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, all those for. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Carried. Item 4.3, sludge cake transfer processing and mobile dewatering at the council sewage treatment plants. Contract CPA 5809 tender acceptance. Do you have a motion? Councillor Eaton, the seconder, Councillor McQuaid. Oh, all right, I'll start shouting. No, sorry. Okay. So, do I have a so Councillor Eaton and Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Castles.
I just have a question. Is it appropriate at this point, or can I ask now? Okay. So obviously, some of the matters involving this were in a confidential document for us, so I'll obviously be careful what I say. But I would just like to get a bit of understanding regarding the PFAS issue in terms of I guess the contingencies within the contract for dealing with that matter. I think we've all had, or some of us at least, perhaps more than others, coming along to the special sewer and water tour, that, you know, there may be some changes in state legislation, etc., regarding the way that some of these, my favourite term, I think, apart from mud cake, is the sludge cake, how it will actually possibly, if there is any PFAS issues, there may be different things that need to happen in terms of disposal or ongoing use. Is that actually something that can be advised in terms of any contingencies for this within the contract?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Castles, we're very conscious of the changing landscape in terms of PFAS and biosolids disposal. This contract is a schedule of rates contract, and there are contingencies within if we do need to pivot in some way to comply with what at this stage is some unknown legislative requirements. But if there is something that we haven't anticipated, I guess we'll need to seek to vary this contract accordingly, and we wouldn't be the only water utility in that boat.
Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I do have a question. I remember some earlier discussion which stated that dumping of this sort of material in our own landfills would require the payment of fees under the EP&A Act, or is this required under this contract that we pay fees of that type?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not entirely sure of the question you're asking. If we are required to dispose of the biosolids to landfill, we would be required to pay any required fees, whether it's council's landfill facility or another.
So what I'm trying to clarify is whether we have to, if the sludge is being processed by a third-party contractor, as in this case A&L, do we have to pay those fees, or is that not required because they're reprocessing the sludge?
I'm sorry, Councillor Neal, I'm still struggling to understand the question. We are paying a contractor to transfer, process and dewater the sludge, where they dispose of that. Is that your question?
Yes. Are fees payable on that disposal?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay. And who are they payable to?
Well, it depends on where it's disposed to. If it's one of our facilities, council's landfill facilities, it'd be paid to the council. Otherwise, it'd be paid wherever it's disposed of to.
Oh, I'm talking about the regulatory
Oh,
fees.
you're talking about the levy?
Yes.
The EPA levy?
Yes.
There we
I'm
go.
sorry I wasn't making myself clear.
Thank you. I'm not 100% sure on that. I might defer to the acting unit manager, headworks and treatment, and he may have an answer for that question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Part of this contract is not for disposal at a landfill. It's proposing for either, and it's going through some of that information that is within the report, which is either for land application or for mixing purposes, for soil conditioning. If in the instance it does go to a landfill, it'll be going beyond the means of what this contract would be, and we'd have to look to expand on that. So therefore, the levy itself is completely isolated to that of going to landfill, not if it's land applied or mixed in a soil conditioning format.
So you're saying that under this contract, the way they're processing, the council will not have to pay that landfill levy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second question I'm concerned about is I understood there were health regulations that prevented the disposal of human waste into garden and agricultural purposes. Does that have application in this contract?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have to abide with the legislative requirements and the guidelines that are set by the New South Wales EPA that permits for biosolids to be used in the manner which this contract stipulates.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Have we conducted any testing for PFAS in the sludge cake or at the sewage treatment facilities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. My understanding is we have undertaken sampling and testing of PFAS at our treatment plants.
And what did we find there?
Again, for those specifics, I'll hand over to Mr. Richards.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was varying different concentrations between our different sewage treatment plants that we have. In terms of this, and it's a bit of an emerging topic with PFAS, we do have some preliminary results that we have. We don't have a full data set so that I can be full confidence to it because it does vary. But in terms of concentration limits, there has been a national standard of a guideline that has been gazetted and put out. That then comes down to the different relative EPAs per state. That's yet to be released by the New South Wales EPA, so it's not something that's gazetted upon us. But what is at that national level we are sitting within, and that varies as to what the application can be of that PFAS, of the biosolids, which that can be land applied, or whether it can be mixed, which are the two elements that make up this contract. So at the moment, we are sitting within those provisions.
So when you say that there was varying concentrations, where, if you recall off the top of your head, was the highest concentration of?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, highest concentration was sitting in the southern regions of the LGA.
And was that something that you noticed that there was a higher proliferation of this in the south as opposed to the north, or was that? Is there any trends that we should be aware of, is what I'm asking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the southern reaches, there are 2 sewage treatment plants of our 8 sewage treatment plants that sit across the LGA, so you have a higher concentration in terms of the amount of inflow that you have at those sites. Therefore, you'd have more of an accumulation factor.
Okay, and in addition to PFAS, do we test for other toxins, heavy metals, chemicals, anything like that? And if so, which ones do we test for?
Yes, and there is one element that sits within this this paper that was put up in terms of the report. That's your total organic nitrogens as well as your total phosphorus. We do check for heavy metals and what have you that sit in there as well.
Okay. So following on from this testing regime, what about liabilities both to council as an organisation as well as individuals? So from what I hear what you're saying at the moment, it appears that things are within the guidelines, which is positive, if I've interpreted that correctly. But in the event that we see a movement outside of those guidelines, what are the liabilities both for council as an organisation and for individuals beyond that? If you're not aware, you can take it on notice.
Yeah, I think we might take that on notice. There's a bit of a legal element to that we probably need to give some further consideration to.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? No. No. All those in favour? Yeah. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4.6. This is Gosford Region. No, wrong one. Bad debts 2024-25 financial year for determination.
I'll move the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. We got a seconder. Councillor Castles, thank you. Councillor Neil.
I don't intend to speak, but just to highlight the fact that it's important to recognise that these bad debts, though written off in an accounting sense, can still be recovered by the council.
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, I might forgo my ability to speak.
Any other further discussion? No.
Yep, there is.
Councillor Lamont.
That's okay. I'm just wondering whether there's been any sort of trend analysis on what's happening with the level of bad debts. Like, is it increasing, decreasing year on year? Is cost of living pressures actually impacting on, especially revenue, New South Wales fines and that type of thing? I was just wondering whether we sort of keep track of trends and the bad debts.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we keep a close eye on our bad debts and the annual write-off that we do. One of the big changes with this year was that in the space of fines, we actually did a big cleanup, and you'll notice in the report that some of those fines date as far back as 2006. So this is an unusually high amount for fines. Since then, we've also amended our processes and appointed a new debt recovery agent. So we should see this drop off substantially in the future.
And how's this sort of trended, like over say the last 5 years? I know there's a big write-off that you've just mentioned, but how has this actually the bad debts actually trended, say, over the last 5 years?
I'd have to take that on notice because I don't have that data in front of me at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, just a question through you, Mr. Mayor. Probably to Director McAlera. I can't speak anymore. So with the fines, just broadly, what is covered in those fines? What are we talking about here? What types of things?
all of the fines that council issues. I might ask our unit manager of compliance to respond to that in a little bit more detail.
Or even a list or something, but it would be good to get a bit of an idea. Yeah.
Parking fines, animal companion fines, and the like. But
cool.
Sean,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the fines on the list up there relate to mostly Development Control Order style fines, Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and Protection of Environmental Act for water pollution and things like that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item is 4.7. Local Government Remuneration Tribunal determination, Mayor and Council fees for determination.
I started the item, but I was able to resolve my issue by discussing it with Councillor Eaton directly, so I have no further matters to raise.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Eaton, seconder. Can we have a seconder, Councillor McNamara? Councillor Neil, more discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor Mullen, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor McQuaid's out of the room, so that will be a vote against, and Councillor Lamont's. All those
I'm
against? Against. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont's against. So carried. Yep. 4 points. 4.8 or 4.7? Oh, yeah, yeah. Next item on agenda is 4.8. Councillor Expenses and Facilities Policy Request for reimbursement of legal expenses.
I move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neil, can I have a seconder? Councillor Castles.
I move a motion that we grant the request.
Could I just clarify that the policy indicates you should provide a limit of some sort?
The estimate that was set out in the request was 5 to 10, so I would propose that we grant the request up to the sum of $10,000.
Councillor Neil, could you put your buzzer? Councillor Eaton.
I was actually going to speak to the motion,
right,
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. On you go then. Yeah, we've got a seconder, yeah. Councillor Castles.
I have to say that I was a bit shocked to see this item on the agenda. Very clearly, the Code of Conduct says that any information about an investigation should not be disclosed. And I think it's worth actually reading the section because I think it really is concerning. I do understand that there is the provision in the councillors' entitlements provisions that suggests that this matter can only be dealt with by a resolution of council. But of course, what that means is we now have an entitlements policy which is in breach of the Code of Conduct, a situation which I find extremely concerning. And I'll read you what the Code of Conduct says. In that it says at 9:11, you must not make allegations about or disclose information about suspected breaches of this Code of Conduct at council, committee or other meetings, whether open to the public or not, or in any other forum, whether public or not. What this report before us has done is very clearly breached 9/11. Now, I understand, and it appears from the report, that there seems to be a misunderstanding that it's only a breach if the particular person who is affected is disclosed, but clearly 9/11 goes far beyond that. And I strongly urge that we have a report brought back to the council by the staff in order to ensure that our entitlements practice and procedure is in line with the code of conduct, because very clearly at this time it is not. In dealing with the substantive matter, I'm aware of a number of councillors who have had matters raised in this nature. I am not concerned about who the person involved here might be. They may choose to disclose that themselves. That is not a matter for me. I have held the firm view that the question of law requires a presumption of innocence, and that a councillor in this situation should be provided with the support in order to test any proposition of a breach of any terms of the Code of Conduct. That is why I'm moving this, and I would move it for any councillor, any of the councillors who might be found to be investigated under these provisions. And I think that it's highly proper that this should be allowed to allow a councillor to test the proposition that's been put to them.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Eaton. Us. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I speak against the motion moved by Councillor Neil and would give notice of a foreshadowed motion if it fails that Council decline the request. And I will speak briefly to both. In my somewhat 25 years or so, plus a bit, in council, I've never seen this request come to council. Certainly it is something that is allowed under the expenses policy, but it's not mandated. In other words, it is a decision for the council. And apart from anything else, it's too early. If the councillor is found to be have committed no breach, then at that time it can be brought back, and with them be in possession of the facts. At the moment, we have no idea what it's about, and neither should we know what it's about. But it's impossible to make a decision in this case at this time. The procedure is that it will be brought back to council in a confidential session for council to find out a bit of detail about it, and whether in fact there's been a breach or whether there hasn't, and if there is a breach, what to do about it. So I'd be quite amenable to reconsidering that. If it needs a rescission motion at that time, I'm happy to sign a rescission motion. But at the moment, it's too early, we don't know enough, and therefore the safe course is to say not at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So listening to Councillor Neil and Councillor Eaton, it does raise the question of why this is on the agenda. I recall in the last council there were a number of issues in relation to code of conduct, and they were always considered in confidential. And it's quite disturbing that staff have put this item on in the public forum of the council meeting. Is there any, Councillor Neil seemed to make it quite clear reading from the Code of Conduct that these matters are not meant to be considered or debated in open forum. And even Councillor Eaton, although I may have misunderstood his commentary, seemed to suggest that he had not seen these come to a council meeting in public forum. So could I just ask the question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, why this was not considered in confidential, as to my understanding has been normal practice for any matter in this kind of topic or circumstance. Was that even considered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you're right in the sense that normally a report on an investigation into a code of conduct would be dealt with in a confidential session. This is not that. This is the allocation of expenses that can be given to or reimbursement sought for legal support to deal with an investigation. There is nothing in this report that details the matter, the complainant, nor the respondent. And it is not therefore releasing any confidential information. In fact, I'm just pulling up the clause. The procedures for the administration of the code specifically state that information that should be confidential should be treated as confidential and is not to be publicly disclosed, except as may be otherwise specifically required or permitted. And I'd also like to highlight that it's not just Central Coast Council's policy that has this clause around the seeking of reimbursement for legal expenses for investigations requiring a council resolution, that it is in fact the model code from the OLG.
Thank you, Director. I thank you for your response. It unfortunately does not reassure me that is the most appropriate course of action, particularly in terms of responsibilities to ensure that all staff and councillors are protected in performing their duties. And that is quite disappointing and quite disturbing that this is the way that this is being treated and has unfolded in this public chamber. Thank you.
If I might comment, I also spoke directly to the Senior Governance Officer at the Office of Local Government. I've been in this business for 25 years and I've never had a councillor come and ask for legal expenses in a process before. And so I asked the senior legal advisor, and his advice was that no information as to the matter should be disclosed, nor the complainant, nor the subject. But it needed to go, and it needed to be done in open council. So that's the advice I got. So
that was advice, or that was the direction?
That was the advice I was provided.
Okay, so you had a decision to make with that advice.
No, I think that when I asked for guidance from the Office of Local Government, and I've got no other guidance to go on, there is nothing that is confidential in the information that I have provided, that the staff have provided in the letter, in the report, that compromise the privacy of any individual.
Councillor McNamara.
Yes, question through you, Mr Mayor, probably to the CEO. Is what we have before us here for one instance only, or is this something that's going to go into a policy for ongoing requests for legal expenses for anything, or is this ring-fenced in
This is
some way?
a one-off item. The council may choose to deal with that under the facilities and policy and expenses policy, which would allow some sort of automatic provision, but that at this stage is also in breach of the model code, which the model code I think says indemnification and or reimbursement of reasonable legal expenses must be approved by a council resolution that specifies the maximum amount of such legal expenses prior to costs being incurred. That's from our code, and that is from the model code. So that's from the New South Wales Office of Local Government's code, which we have to follow.
Sorry, to clarify, are you saying what you have just read is in contradiction to what's up there at the moment?
No, that is exactly in concert with what is happening, which is an allowance is being made on a case-by-case basis, and that's what, and it does seem a little strange. I would think if I can't provide the information to you and then you've got to make a decision, you then have to do it. It's a little obtuse, but that's the model code that's come out of the OLG.
So I can ask a further question, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Neil, yeah.
So what you were saying is that the application for fees, in the section in regard to expenses that you just read out to us, that an applicant in these circumstances must apply before they incur the fees. So they can't, for example, if it would be impossible for the particular applicant to do what Councillor Eaton suggested, which was to apply after the investigation was complete, because then they would be ineligible because the costs had already been incurred.
It is a very unusual set of words. I can give you the words and you can place your interpretation on it. Indemnification and or reimbursement of reasonable legal expenses must be approved by council by a council resolution, so not under delegation, that specifies the maximum amount of such legal expenses prior to costs being incurred.
Exactly. So it can't be done after the investigation. Just one other matter, and that is in a situation where the code of conduct and our expenses policy are contradictory, which prevails?
I think I'd want to get drawn on that.
Could you take that on notice, please, and let us know, because that is exactly the situation that's here.
Except that there is, at this stage, there has been no identification of the matter by staff or in the report.
The trouble is that the 911 is not limited to identifying a person. It says disclose information. The mere fact that there is an investigation, disclosing that is in breach of 911. And it's all very well to say that we haven't identified the person, but in defamation proceedings, you don't have to actually name an individual to defame them. You merely have to indicate a negative connotation about such a small group that it impacts on all of them. And I'm not suggesting that defamation is an issue here, though potentially it might be. But I'm suggesting that by saying that an investigation is taking place, it is disclosing information. And I would strongly suggest in the future that if a matter arises like this, that it take place within confidential to ensure that we don't actually negatively impact on a range of people.
Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont had a hand up for a little while. Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good idea for some of you to actually hear why I've actually requested it, rather than sort of making assumptions. So if I can speak to that, I was notified on 19th February 25, a code of conduct complaint was made against me. It was referred by the CEO to a conduct reviewer for a preliminary assessment. What everyone here should know is that I actually requested an investigation. Okay, it only went up for assessment. I was the one who actually requested for a formal investigation to occur. So hopefully that might tell you something. This is one of the hardest decisions that I've had to make. It's not easy to ask for public funds. To help defend a complaint made against me, and so publicly. I understand how this may look, and I know some have already passed judgment, but I do this not for myself, but because I have been left no choice. Council has denied me access to at least 24 internal records, which I believe are essential to defending myself with this complaint, including through a formal GIPA request. I'm being prevented from accessing the very documents that I need to respond to the complaint. I've already seen firsthand the tactics used by council.
Councillor Lamont, you can't speak about this publicly.
Sorry?
You can't speak about this publicly.
I'm not speaking about the complaint. I'm not revealing details of the complaint or revealing any details about the complaint, so I think I should be able to continue.
You can't talk about any breaches or allegations. I'm sorry.
Any breaches? What breaches?
Any allegations?
What allegations are you referring to?
Just the path you're going down here.
About what, sorry?
Just the path you're going down.
No, I'd like to know what allegations I'm making. If I'm being accused of making an allegation or a breach, can you please tell me what that is exactly?
You're meant to be speaking about the topic of the reimbursement.
Well, I've just told you why I need it, because I need legal advice, because I actually asked to receive documents regarding a complaint that council won't allow me to access. So my only choice is to either, to basically, it was done with the GIPA. I have to go, I've already asked for a review. Council has denied it again, so I need to go to NCAT. Okay, I've already done that once with council and it's too brutal. So I really need a legal team to assist me. And that's the only way I'm going to get those documents that hopefully will help me defend myself. That's the only way I can do it. And hopefully the legal team will actually find a way that I can actually avoid NCAT. I don't know. But I can't do it on my own. I've already been there once, not doing it again. And, you know, to be clear, in a lot of ways, I'm not actually doing this for me at all. I think people that know me, there's a bigger picture here, and it's not just about defending me. And just for, you know, if people, I can't even base this legal strategy, you know, councillor even seems to think I'll pay up first and then worry about the cost of maybe council reimbursing it if I'm, you know, vindicated. It's very hard to work out, you know, legal strategy without actually knowing how much you can and can't spend. So even a reassurance that I may be reimbursed if it is vindicated does actually help in working out a legal strategy. And I was actually told that I needed to basically advise of costs, and they wouldn't be reimbursed unless they were incurred. So I don't know of any other way of doing it. And as I said, like, I don't feel good about asking for ratepayer money. I mean, I didn't even vote for the long-term financial plan because I don't agree with any more rate rises, even though, you know, I think one of the items was a pay rise to all of us. I don't even agree with that. I'm not here to get money. You know, someone told me before I actually even decided to run for council, why don't you join council so you can actually get paid for what you do? So what I do is not change. We get paid for it, but I'll continue advocating, but I don't expect any payment for it. It's nice getting the money, but it's not like I've done, you know, I'm a councillor for the money. I don't think any of us are, because we all know how much we get paid. But I am here for different reasons. And as I said, this is the reason why I'm fighting this. Look, you know, if I didn't call for an investigation, no one would have known about this. And as I said, I'm the one who actually called for the investigation. That's all I've got to say. But if through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can be told what I've breached with what I've said, I'd love to know, please.
No, I just have to move on. Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
I finished.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I will speak in favour of the motion. And I suppose I'd like to take a broader view of this. I would have to say, having been on the previous council, having watched councils for over 20 years, observing both Gosford and Wyong Council, I think this council is particularly challenging, as we see in the chamber, and as we see in some of the challenges in progressing matters. So I don't know the details of this matter, but I do think that any councillor, I think whatever this matter, how it proceeds, will provide information in terms of procedures and operations and code of conduct that is useful for all councillors. I think there are matters here and there is a process here that will provide lessons to help us as a collegiate navigate going forward, as bizarre as that might seem. So for that reason, and for also the reason that I think if any councillor put up this request, it would receive due consideration, and I would think would largely be considered in favourable terms to assist in navigating this process and improving council's operations and governance and workplace in whichever way it goes. And I'm not prejudging what this matter is or how it will be determined. I'm just saying there is something that is going to be tested here, and I think the outcome of that is useful for us all. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Castles.
Is it too late to add an amendment to this motion? No. No. Okay, so if just read it out, and hopefully the mover will accept it. So the third point would be that for any future such requests, the matter be considered in a confidential council meeting session.
Staff, did you get that? Staff? All good?
Could we add confidential council meeting session? Thank you. Capital C council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. No more discussion? Or Councillor Eaton?
Just a question, Mr Mayor, through you to the Director. There's only certain basis you can close council meetings and have matters in confidential. And I understand, and maybe I misunderstood what Mr Farmer said, that realistically this matter had to come to an open council. I'm not actually opposed to the sentiment, but, you know, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Somebody could say whether it's possible or not.
We are operating on advice from the Office of Local Government, which is our regulator. We sought advice from both their legal unit and their governance unit and followed that advice. I'd have to investigate further and seek further advice if we were looking at closing the meeting.
Is that you finished? Thank you. All right. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lemoyne. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor McWade, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wright, Councillor Eaton, and abstaining are Councillor Stanton and Councillor Moreland. So the motion is carried.
No. We're voting against. Abstaining is a vote against.
Yeah. Yeah, we lost. Yeah, that's.
Oh,
sorry. My apologies.
The motion is lost. Move on.
Motion's lost. Move on. Do we? I corrected myself, same as I've done all night. I corrected myself. I got it wrong. I made a mistake and put my hand up. Do we want to go to 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 and 5.4 in the procedural motion to get these ones out of the way? Or do we want to deal with 6.1 straight away?
Well, that's what we've already resolved to bring 6.14. So we need
just clarification, because we'll just need to ask the gallery to leave. All right. So can the gallery please leave so we can do the confidential? Can I have a motion to go into confidential? Can somebody, Councillor McNamara, seconded by
Yeah,
So,
moved.
all right, yeah, well, so the, so can we have a motion that we extend our meeting for another
Yeah, so
30 minutes? Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McQuaid. All those in favour? Unanimous. And then can I have another motion that we go to item 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, which are the notices of motion. Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous.
In closed session, council resolved 1, to enter into a 10-year contract with Technology One Limited to a value of $46,363,326 for the provision of their One Council software as a service solution. 2, approves a budget allocation of $7.45 million for the implementation of this project over the 4-year implementation phase. Notes the forecast 10-year direct cost savings and positive impacts to Council's long-term financial plan as outlined in the report. Notes the governance controls established for this project, including quarterly reporting to the Independent Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. And 5, delegates authority to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise and execute all necessary documentation to enact this resolution, including the contract attached to this report.
It was 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4. Okay, item 5.1, notice of motion mobilising Davistown Wetlands Fund. Councillor Wright, are you moving?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move the motion.
Seconded by Councillor Walsh, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to speak in favour of this motion. Obviously, firstly, unfortunately, due to the time in the business paper tonight, unfortunately, supporters from the Davistown Progress Association and their Wetlands subcommittee have unfortunately had to leave due to other commitments. But I thank them for their ongoing support of this issue. It's a long-standing issue. It's an issue that goes back 24 years, and I think that's something that we acknowledged in March when we sought to reapply the internal restriction on that fund so that that money could remain in community hands and community hands in Davistown. So tonight I wanted to take it a step further and really look at how we can actually start to mobilise the Davistown Wetlands Fund and make it something that can continue to deliver for the community over a longer period of time. Now, this is a fund valued at almost $1.5 million. It's been there accumulating interest for other purposes for about 24 years, and I think in order for this fund to continually be able to service the Davistown community and those wetlands, we need to start thinking about how we can utilise a portion of the interest that it represents and that it entails. So I know last financial year I think it had just under $60,000 in interest. So I'm seeking on an annual basis to use about half. So had it have been for this financial year, for example, that would have been about $30,000. So what that'll do is it means that we can actually use that money each year for the implementation. And that means that council can develop, as suggested here, a 10-year works implementation plan so that we'll work with the community and the Davistown Progress Association Wetlands Subcommittee to ensure that we're working over the next 10 years to maintain those wetlands. That'll, include things like removing invasive species. It'll include things like tidying up the general wetlands, which is a iconic part of the Davistown community. So I thank Councillor Walsh as well for seconding the motion, showing the bipartisan support that this motion has, and I also thank the Mayor for his interest in this matter and having met with the Davistown Progress Association previously. I think this is a important issue. And who said the Liberals don't care about the environment, right? This is an environment focused measure that will allow the Davistown community to thrive, not just over the next 10 years, but for many decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Councillor Wright, and we'll hold you to that commitment to the environment any moment now. I want to acknowledge the work of the Davistown Progress Association and the Wetlands Committee or Subcommittee in particular. This issue actually was hanging around, so to speak, before the March motion regarding the Davistown wetlands, and there were lots of discussions about when it might be revisited, and this is certainly earlier than originally expected. I think it's really it sets a bit of a standard, I think, for how we can respond to other matters in specific areas in terms of protecting the environment or enhancing the environment, certainly cleaning the environment up. And I also think that it places responsibility for that, certainly not just on council, but the community asked to be significantly involved in the planning of all of this, and so they've stepped up here and want to be able to take responsibility for that. So I put the motion.
I just briefly want to thank Councillor Wright and Councillor Walsh. I went a couple of times, but just the work they've put in, and I think that just shows what happens when you've got your ward councillors working for the community. So I thank you for myself, and a congratulations on a great outcome. Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Smith? Okay, sorry, Councillor Walsh.
Yeah.
Councillor Smith.
Just a question. I think I know that you've done this already, but you've taken on board staff comments about the use of plan of management and things like that, the wording? Yep, that's all been fixed? Yep.
No.
Okay,
Sorry. So yes, it's going to be labelled as a works implementation plan, and I've explained that to the Progress Association, and they're happy noting the background of the difference.
No further discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item agenda is 5.2, Notice of Motion Community Engagement with the Development of Local Strategic Plan and Statement. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that motion and just check I've got a seconder before I speak to it.
Seconder, Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this motion is really about maximising our community engagement on the local strategic planning statement. I understand that staff have prepared a draft, but I am concerned that the direction for the LSPS originally from the state government was that it is very much a community-driven document, and for a merged council like ours, that the ward councillors should be involved in that process, not just signing off at the end. So, in addition, the community on the peninsula have spoken to me, have requested me, and are keen to have some kind of workshop that looks at the long-term future of that area, noting that it is an area that is earmarked for population growth, and I don't think that's disputed by anybody, but it is an area that also has constraints in terms of flooding, in terms of climate change impacts, in terms of only a couple of roads in and out, and what that means in terms of future planning, look and feel of that area. So I am very keen to work with that community and have all the ward councillors work with that community as they look at their vision for that area. I did note the response from staff in relation to this item, and there was that matter of timing. I don't see that that is a barrier to this going forward. I think there was some commentary about if these workshops proceeded, that they are prior to the exhibition of the LSPS, and I think that's entirely appropriate. There would then not be workshops during the exhibition period. And again, I am satisfied with that. I think the community, if they feel that they are engaged in the initial stage of development, will be much more reassured in the exhibition process in making submissions if they feel the need to do so. I would also just mention, and I'm not going to seek to change the motion because I think it could allow for this, but today I had the interesting opportunity to attend a education conference that was all about science, and one of the really interesting sessions I attended was the Powerhouse Museum working with some Sydney councils, working with some schools to identify areas where there is the heat island effect and have those students involved in studying that and developing options and solutions and ways that council could help manage that. And if this motion proceeds, I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity to do a similar thing on the peninsula, which we know is identified as a hotspot for the heat island effect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ian.
Oh, just to indicate that I'm opposed in accordance with the CEO's comments. I thought they were very comprehensive and indicated really this was a waste of resources, so I won't be voting for it.
Thanks, Councillor Ian. Any other discussion? No? No. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion's lost. Next item on agenda. Sharon, could you put that?
If we could just, because it is very clear in the EP&A Act and the ministerial direction that for a council with wards, that the ward councillors do need to be involved in that process. So could we get some clarification? And I'm happy for that to come as an email later, because you're obviously not going to be able to be creative at this point in time, to outline how councillors will be involved. And obviously I will be continuing to develop a workshop, so I will be requesting if staff can attend that through the CEO. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh? All right. Next item on agenda is 5.3, Notice of Motion, Coastal Open Space System, Community Strategic Plan and Integrated Planning and Reporting. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a prepared, I'm the move. Sorry, I am moving it, and
Seconder.
yes,
yeah.
Apologies for that. It's late. I prepared some comments, but I do want to reflect on our recently decided on carried motion for Davistown Wetlands, and refer to some comments that Councillor Wright made to a couple of us just very recently, where he described himself as the most environmentally conscious Liberal we'll ever meet. I congratulate.
It's a small field.
I really congratulate him on that. I did point out that I thought maybe his ex-boss probably had that title, and that also his ex-boss is somebody that I think our side currently employs. I'm happy to stand correct on that. Stand correct on that, but I don't think I will be. I, am certainly obviously hopeful that Councillor Wright will, address those credentials tonight. The Central Coast community has been really clear about their respect for and their love of COS. This is not new. It has extensive history. The existing current CSP includes, and I quote, to promote greening and ensure the well-being of communities through the protection of local bushland, urban trees, tree canopies and the expansion of the coastal open space system. The genesis and rich history of COS and respect for the visionary work of the previous Gosford City Council supports our current council to be positioned as a champion of COS into the future. COS is unique to our region and our community is proud of that. Prior to amalgamation, both former Gosford and Wyong councils implemented planning controls that enabled the acquisition of conservation land through subdivision incentive schemes. I acknowledge and support much of what our speaker in support of this motion tonight actually said at the public forum. The coastal open space system is undeniably a jewel in our Central Coast region, and we all know jewels have value and not just economic value. While some of us might be more comfortable with economic value above all else, supporting ecological biodiversity and human well-being benefits that the coastal open space system provides to our community also actually helps us to realise those economic benefits, which are of course very important. The CSP states the values of the Central Coast community are strongly tied to its natural areas and ecosystems. It's the parks, gardens and natural bushland contribute to the lifestyle, culture and beauty of the region, something that we all, really love. The community strategic plan is clear about the importance of cherishing and protecting our beautiful natural environment through protecting and expanding the rich environmental heritage that the Central Coast region's residents and visitors alike get to experience and enjoy. Protecting and expanding COS has a history to tell, a very positive history, and our community wants that history respected, and they want us to be positioned to be able to add to that positive story, adding value to the history story that can continue to be told well into the future. COS is important for Aboriginal and Indigenous peoples and for all in terms of cultural heritage, spiritual values, and for all in our community in terms of contributing to the well-being. Protecting and expanding COS is not just an environmental goal, it is also an essential economic goal, an essential goal of relevant biodiversity, but also an economic imperative. So conservation land doesn't have to be only a cost centre. It can be a source of income and can strengthen the coast's appeal as an ecotourism destination. New South Wales Biodiversity Conservation Trust has money available. The value of the stewardship agreement or conservation agreements is determined by the biodiversity value of the land. That becomes a perpetual source of funds for council, for managing the land, removing weeds, making it beautiful and so forth, opening it up for passive recreation so that we all can benefit in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Wren.
Yes, I've just got an amendment which I did send through to everyone. So if that could come up, it's just, look, it doesn't change the substance of the motion. It just tidies up some of the issues with it.
Councillor Eaton, can you hold on? Councillor Castles was second.
To the motion, second of the motion to speak. Thank you. Look, as seconder of the motion, I absolutely endorse everything Councillor Walsh has said. I think it was very clear to us when we were, and I think probably all of us in our different wards were out on our community sort of pop-ups with the staff at various locations around the coast, that people who came to those pop-ups, when they wanted to speak to us as councillors, and I know they also did it with staff, one of the things that they talked about a lot was the environment and specifically the coastal open space system. It was obvious that this was a huge concern for the community, that it be something that we take seriously and value in our area. You only have to actually stand and look at the ridge lines around the Gosford LGA to realise, the old Gosford LGA, to realise that without COS, we would not be seeing what we're seeing. People look out of their window and they can see the bushland. it is absolutely essential that we maintain this, we celebrate it, we build on our ecotourism credentials. I believe we've won various awards, even throughout the world, with our with our ecotourism. This can only add to the jewel in the crown of the Central Coast as an ecotourism destination, which brings with it obviously economic benefits, social benefits, and helps us all in our local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dayton.
Yes, if I just bring up the amendment that I'm proposing. I did circulate it to all councillors, so nobody's unaware of this. And I'll just speak briefly while it comes up. I'm not sure in item 2 how you can deliver the completion of the strategy without the money. As the CEO has identified, there's nowhere near enough money to complete it, but continue to work on it by all means. And then 4 is problematic in that it seeks to amend the IPR, which we've just adopted tonight. That would clearly need a rescission to do that. So I've taken that part out. The rest is basically as is. There's no significant change to the motion. I'll let a seconder if you want.
Councillor McNamara, second amendment.
Accepting the amendment. You can, yeah.
What's the changes again, Councillor Layton? Could you just say it again? Yeah.
So effectively, it just says continue delivery, so complete the delivery, takes out 4 because they've tried to amend the IPR, and simplify 3 because that strategy is just there. So instead of sort of saying, well, we'll have the same strategy, we'll say it here, just let the strategy that it's there. That's the only changes. I don't think so, but I don't have a firm view about 3. If you want to keep the original 3 in, I just think it's the first half of it was redundant, but I'm not, if you want to say it twice, you can say it twice. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, sorry, and there's one also minor change in that the CEO report, I think, talks about there already being a few different plans of managers, so I've just put in S to refer to plans rather than a single plan.
Councillor Walsh, or who's got the buzzer on?
Oh, I'll turn mine off.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, I was aware of Council's response, of the staff response regarding funds, and I did have a discussion with Director Nichols about being able to revisit the issue of funding, and it's also what I've referred to in my speaking notes around. So I was potentially thinking of a slight amendment to my own original motion around asking for a report addressing the possibility and different levels of government's available funds to assist in the ongoing, basically assist in point 3 in terms of the CEO being able to take all necessary steps to expand COS. And why point 3 is in there, just in terms of responding to Councillor Eaton's points, and I take his points, is part of what Councillor Castle's referred to in terms of community responses. It wasn't just that community wanted COS in the CSP. The community is deeply committed to its desire to see COS expanded, very particularly in the north. So yeah, I'm happy to accept the amendment, Councillor Eaton, if we can be clear that it doesn't take pursuing other funding off the table.
No, that's fine. I agree with that. Yeah.
So I don't know how you word that. Sorry.
Well, I think that's
Well, biodiverse funding in the state and even federal.
Take advantage of all blue carbon and biodiversity conservation funding opportunities. I mean, yeah, and any other, yeah.
A further addition to the last line, which is, and any other, oh, they've already put it in. Very good, thank you.
Clarify how we're handling that. Is that Councillor Walsh? Are we dealing with it as an amendment, or Councillor Walsh is taking that on board? All right. Well, that should be an easy part to work.
So Councillor Walsh has taken on Councillor Deaton's changes into her motion, and you got right to close.
I was just checking over with, and Councillor Castles accepts as well. I don't feel the need to. No,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Put
All
the
those in
motion.
favour? Yeah. All those unanimous. Thank you.
Excellent.
We've got a few more. We've got 10 more minutes, so we'll go back to the beginning with the agenda.
No, to the 23. You've noticed the motion was 5.4.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the clock. Notes a motion, Tuggerah Lake's dredging under the coastal estuary and floodplain risk management subcommittee. Anybody want to move a motion? Councillor Stan?
I will be moving a motion as given to the civic support team, which is the same motion that everybody has minus 0.4. Yes.
Why do you have to be difficult?
Have we got a seconder?
Yes.
Got a seconder?
Councillor Castles.
Yeah. Councillor Castles. Yep, Councillor Stan.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion seeks to finalise the setting up of the Coastal Estuary and Floodplain Risk Management Subcommittee, being the agreed merging of the Dredging and Water Management Advisory Panel and the Catchments to Coast Committee. We need to finalise the terms of reference, advertise for expressions of interest for the independent community members, select the members, and create an agenda for the first meeting. This motion proposes to delegate these items to the Environment and Planning Committee to prevent further delaying the meeting of the first meeting. The subcommittee is under the EMP committee, and all recommendations must first pass through the committee before coming to council. If we resolve tonight to delegate these items to the EMP committee, we can finalise the terms of reference at the next EMP meeting on 1 July, immediately advertise for expressions of interest, and then select the members at the 5 August meeting, in advance of holding the first subcommittee meeting in September or October. To ensure we can immediately get started on our work under the subcommittee, I proposed a report from the CEO in relation to Tuggerah Lake's dredging that would be presented as the first agenda item. It's important to resolve this now so that we can be ready for discussion and action. The subcommittee will serve as a local flood risk management committee in accordance with the New South Wales Government Flood Risk Management Manual 2023. And this is a community priority. This year we have already had 2 floods and numerous reports, including Council Commission report in 2020 titled the Entrance Dredging Program Report, stated that the preferred proposal as previously determined was that maintenance dredging of the entrance channel was a viable option to achieve water quality and amenity outcomes within the immediate entrance channel area and was preferred over a do-nothing option. This do-nothing alternative, as described in the report, could result in the following possible outcomes: intermittent closing of the entrance channel, reduction and prevention of tidal flushing of the entrance waters with the ocean, resulting in deterioration of water quality and potential changes in flooding behaviour. The outcomes of this approach have now been realised, and the community have faced a record number of floods over the past 5 years, since Council disposed of its dredge and stopped its regular dredging program. In the 4 years from 2009 to 2013, there was 1 minor flood. In the 4 years from 2014 to 2018, there were 3 floods, 1 being moderate in height. In the 5 years from 2019 to 2024, we have faced 7 floods, with 2 being major floods, and the latest flooding in April was predicted as a 3rd major flood in this period. We're going to continue to flood at increased heights until something changes. The New South Wales Government State Disaster Mitigation Plan states that the loss to the Central Coast local government area due to flooding in 2023 was $30 million. Whilst dredging will not eliminate flooding, it could reduce the peak of the flood by 300 millimetres. This equates to a major flood becoming moderate and a moderate becoming minor, and the reduction in tangible costs could be more than $6 million for each event. Historically, dredging has been associated with less flood events and is consistently the favourite approach across the reports. Tuggerah Lake's care group was here earlier tonight. Unfortunately, they've had to leave, and they've put a considerable amount of effort into reviewing the reports and proposing that this is a good flood mitigation measure and that we should reinstate the dredging process. Tonight, we have already resolved for $1.2 million investment into Tuggerah Lake's dredging, and this motion is going to ensure that the processes and policies are in place for when we look to roll out a program in 2026. It will ensure that we have a variety of voices in the room to make sure that our policy is effective and fit for purpose. And at the end of the day, we can start dredging next year. Councillors, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Did we have a seconder for that, David?
Mr. Mayor, could I speak as seconder? Thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Councillor Stanton. It's always good to work with fellow councillors in our own wards on a particular matter. Of course, it's good to work across the LGA, but it's also good sometimes to be doing something where you're working together in your own ward. Having lived in the Long Jetty area for over 30 years, I'm well aware of the issues around the entrance and around the flooding issues, etc. I'm also really keen that we get this this subcommittee up and running ASAP, which is what we're aiming to do quickly without any more delay. As I think Councillor Smith mentioned earlier, it seems to have been a slow process. I know sometimes things are a slow process for lots of reasons, but it's great to get it up and running. So I'm very happy that we have come to this, got this motion on the floor, and I really know that certainly people in the community, again, raise these issues every time. Basically, doesn't matter where you are, you could be in the supermarket at the checkout, to be perfectly frank, just going about your everyday business, and we'll have people speaking to you about these things. So I commend the motion, and I hope that it will get really good support from all councillors in the room tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on the question that I raised when we had the speaker. I think he mentioned that there was a policy for maintaining the entrance and that was abolished by the administrator. Could we just get clarification around that? And if it was, why?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the Environment Manager just to elaborate on that question, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith, there is a current procedure for the management of the entrance channel that remains current. It includes dredging as an option as part of that procedure. There's no policy or otherwise that's been dropped since administration or at any other time.
So do you have an idea of what the speaker might have been talking about or what he might have been referring to?
I would only be able to assume, and that's probably dangerous.
Is there something that changed under administration in terms of policy or procedure?
Through the financial crisis, we did lose the dredge and the aquatic plant operators, so we haven't been dredging in-house, but we've undertaken 2 contract-based dredging programs since the disposal of the dredge in the last 5 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I will speak in support of this motion. I did get some good clarification from the speaker in terms of what their expectation was, and I appreciated that. And look, I wish I could think of a useful jibe to have at Councillor McWade for offering to do a deal. If I supported this, then he'd support mine. But I really think decision making in the chamber should be better than that. So I consider this to have value that community has identified, and I think it is seems to be an appropriate management strategy, management tool. Can I just ask through you to the mover, is there, actually, sorry, maybe it's through the staff. Through you to the staff, Mr. Mayor, at what point does our practice and procedure get reviewed, I suppose? Would it be through the coastal management program, or is there another sort of process in terms of reviewing whether what we're doing is working in the best way? Can I just get some clarification on that, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the Environment Manager to answer that one again, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith, the current interim entrance management procedure remains current, but we are confirming that and adopting it and adopting any changes that might be identified through the development of the Tuggerah Lakes Coastal Management Program.
And so that would be considered by the various committees and come back to council as part of that process?
Correct, and we've already had a focus group with different members of the community last year to consider that as well.
Okay, thank you, and yeah, happy to support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont, sorry, never.
Yeah, a question regarding the dredging occurring twice in the last 5 years. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I find out when that exactly occurred and where?
Yep, we're just going to come to you, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, I couldn't tell you exactly when. I'm approximating. We did a fairly significant program around 2000 and I think it was late 2020 leading into 2021 and another minor program a couple of years later.
Whereabouts, sorry?
The entrance channel. And so I think the first program yielded, it would have been in the vicinity of 40,000 cubic metres, and that was placed as nourishment material in front of Hutton Road at the entrance North Beach. And the second program was, as I said, a lot more minor in nature, and I think most of that sand, from as I remember, was used to restabilise the northern foreshore of Karaji Sands Spit.
So where did that dredge come from that you used on those two occasions?
The first major one was we engaged Hunter Wharf and Barge to provide 2 barges and 2 excavators with cutter suction heads. One was placed near the entrance boat shed just west of the bridge, and one was at the eastern end of the channel. So we had 2 dredges operating simultaneously for that program. The second program was using excavators digging sand out of the edge of the channel.
Okay, thank you. And last thing, I just wanted to...
Just, Councillor Mont, can we just need to extend the meeting? Can we have a second for a 10-minute extension? Councillor McGregor, all those in favour?
I know.
No, because we was going to... All right, we can do it for 30, but we'll finish after this. So, Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? For 30 minutes. Unanimous. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
That's all right. I just wanted to finish up by thanking the people in the community that have basically driven this motion. They know who they are, but there's Graham Hankin, Des, Guy McKenna, who spoke tonight, John. As I said, they know who they are, but they've been working extremely hard to get the dredging happening again. And I just think a big shout out to those people in the community.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, I wanted to speak very briefly to support the motion. This has been an ongoing issue for a very long period of time, and the human and financial cost of the constant flooding that has been occurring has had an impact on all the people living around Tuggerah Lakes, and particularly those that are close. This is a good starting point. I do wish to acknowledge the support of the New South Wales Government in relation to dredging. We were very lucky to have dredging done down in the Ettalong area and cleared the channel there. And I'm hoping that we can ensure that the dredging that's available will also be able to be used to clear the entrance. And I've been speaking with David Harris, the Minister for the Central Coast, in order to ensure that that program can be extended to deal with that issue as well. But congratulations to Councillor Stanton, and also to, I was going to say Margot, Councillor Castles for working together. I think it's a very worthwhile motion, and I hope to see that the problems about flooding and in Tuggerah Lakes and the entrance will be reduced greatly by these initiatives.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Just we extended, but we spoke to a few about because obviously 7 of the councillors are going to Canberra tomorrow. If we're going to, we've got about 12 items left. We can come back Monday normal time, and to knock these over, we could come back at Tuesday at 4 o'clock before one of the committees at 5:30. Yeah.
Sorry, I think it'd be preferable to have a longer Tuesday than a second night on Monday.
5:30. The economic committee's got a 4 o'clock workshop.
Why can't we just do this in a month's time? But the question was asked earlier, what was time critical? Nothing came up as having to be done within a week's time or 2 weeks' time. We've got a meeting schedule. Let's just run to that.
What was that, Councillor Dean? Yeah. Yeah.
If there's nothing that needs to be done by next Monday or next Tuesday, why don't we just hold it all over to the next council meeting? We've already got a schedule. If there's something that needs to be done before then, we do it. Otherwise, we just do it next meeting.
They shouldn't be laid on the table. They haven't been moved, so they would be deferred.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Not in front of me. Yeah, well, we just have to get more efficient in our decision-making processes.
So, and just that the meeting's finished at 10:35. Thank you, and safe travels for the.
We just should seek a motion to defer all the.
All right. So, matter to defer all the matters to next ordinary meeting. Councillor Reaton, seconded by Councillor Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much, and safe driving for the ones who are travelling tomorrow.